Third time's a charm. Good evening. Thank you for your patience while we get the technology set up so our live stream is working this evening. Welcome to the RSU 5 Board of Directors meeting. It is Wednesday, February 26th, 2025. We're here in the Freeport High School cafeteria, and we have a few folks that are from the board that aren't with us this evening for work or illness, but everyone who's going to be here is, so we will get started, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, do I have a motion for consideration and approval of the minutes from the February 5th and February 12th, 2025 meetings as presented, barring any errors or omissions? Danielle, Cheyenne, thank you. All those in favor? Great, none opposed. Adjustments to the agenda.
I have one this evening. I would like to move item 12A, 1 through 8, which is under unfinished business, the budget review. I would like to move that immediately following number 8, reports from the superintendent.
All right. And 6 on our agenda, good news and recognition. We will look for a report from our board student rep, Phoebe.
All right, so exciting news. On Friday, FHS juniors and seniors are attending a trip to Lost Valley to ski or snowboard, snowshoe, or tube. So we're excited to spend this day outside. Students have been registering for courses next year. We had our curriculum fair where kids could learn about all the classes for next year, and we're looking ahead. Which is crazy that we're already thinking about next school year. Before February break, we had a photo booth during lunches from the PTSO, which was really fun. And a big congrats to the FHS Girls Nordic team, who won the Class B state championship, and the boys basketball team, who received the Class A Boys Sportsmanship Award. And before break, the Active Minds team partnered with Minding Your Mind and the Kyle Cares Foundation to bring a guest speaker to Freeport High School. And students were really engaged in Kelly's story about her journey with mental health. And on the note of student mental health, I think I'm concerned for the students at FHS. We have so much hate in the world that we kind of have to bear the brunt of. And speaking with lived experience, I don't want to lose another friend or a classmate or a community member. So I think it's my job to remind the board and the community that the number one priority should be the students' well-being and all students' well-being, because I think that's the most important thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Phoebe. Okay, so we will move on to item 7 on our agenda, which is public comment. So how public comment is going to work this evening is we have a sign-up sheet, and I have the first 25 names here. If you would like to speak but haven't had an opportunity to sign up yet, there is still a sheet up here on the edge as you came in. Feel free to go up and sign up, and we will make sure we hear from everyone that would like to speak. Because there are so many, we are going to start with members of the 3 communities in RSU 5, but we will hear from everyone who has signed up to speak this evening. And I'll just go through, I'll just call, I'll probably give the next three names so folks can queue up at the podium there so that we can keep it moving along. I have a brief statement I'm going to read just because I think we have a fair number of new folks that haven't joined our meetings in the past, and just to provide a little bit of background on our public comment. So in order to hear from the largest number of different voices, each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes for their comments. We will have a timer going. You'll hear the buzz, so when you hear that buzz, that is your cue to finish up that final thought and pass it to the next person. For those of you who have not participated in our meetings before, I want to review a few rules ahead of time to ensure that the public comments process goes smoothly and there are no surprises. So at the outset, we ask that speakers, when you step up, you identify yourself with your name and your town of residence. We ask you to try to be brief and try not to repeat yourself. We know that discussions of school-related issues can get emotional, but please remember that our children are watching and that we are neighbors, so please be civil. We will not permit profanity or shouting at one another or comments that disparage and attack individuals or groups of individuals. Speakers should direct all comments to the board. This is an opportunity for the board to listen to the opinions of the public that relate to school and education matters. It is not a public debate, nor is it a conversation. No questions should be directed to the board. The board will not be responding to questions or comments if they're asked. We're here to listen this evening. The board will not permit complaints or allegations against staff members. These are personnel matters which the board is not permitted to hear in public. If there are complaints against staff, these will be handled appropriately through our complaint procedure, KEB, which can be found on our website. If you're interested in a two-way conversation on the RSU5 website, there are individual emails as well as a board email and phone numbers for board members and the superintendent. So thank you all for your patience as I made the introduction. I have hope and confidence that your participation will be helpful and constructive to the board this evening. So we will get started. The first three folks I have on our list are Lynn Essler, Janice Flynn, and Kelly Fitz-Randolph.
Good evening, everyone. Gee, nice to see you again. Lynn Easler, Freeport, Maine. I have been in this community. Oh. Can you hear me better? All right. Lynn Easler, Freeport, Maine. I've been in this community for many, many years. I've got 2 adult children who graduated from this school system. I've been watching the events unfold on the boys and the men being allowed in girls and women's sports. Very upset about this. To me, it's common sense. 2 genders, male, female, and they belong in their own lanes. I believe it's incredibly unfair for our female athletes to be able to be competing in this unfair environment. That's really all I've got to say. 3 minutes, not even interested, but thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Janice Flynn.
Good evening, everyone. Madam Chairwoman, Superintendent, board members, you've seen me here many times speaking. My name is Janice Flynn. I'm a resident of Freeport. I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother, and I've stood before here, many times, asking you questions and giving you my opinion and my concerns. I want to thank the superintendent. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Is that better? I'm short. I want to thank the superintendent for responding to an email I sent last week. I had noticed that on the agenda this evening there were many items for Title IX that were up for reconsideration, and I asked for some context into those. So thank you for responding. I appreciate that. Even though you were out of office last week, you responded, as you always do, pretty quickly. However, the explanation didn't give me any more context. I reviewed the current documents online. I reviewed those with the agenda, and I didn't get any additional insight. I always write down what I'm going to say too, so I don't go over my 3 minutes. Beyond that, they've reverted back to earlier versions to keep the policies related to Title IX, and you want to keep them more in line with federal law. I didn't see that. I still see gender identity in the documents, so they don't align with federal law. They still don't provide fairness and safety for female students. I'm here also to give female athletes a voice. I want to give the female athletes from Freeport some support. We witnessed the commitment that these girls make to their chosen sport, years of dedication, practicing games, because they have a drive to compete. They should be applauded. The adults in their lives should at least commit to provide a level playing field, but today that's not the case. The girls face a serious competitive imbalance. How many more Freeport girls and Maine girls will lose the opportunity to place a state championship on their college resume? I hope not many more. The Maine's Principal Association has policies that allow males to compete in girls' sports. This isn't just about competition, it's about fairness, it's about safety, it's about preserving the integrity of girls' athletics. Title IX was created to protect opportunities for females and female athletes. It's resulted in opportunity and prosperity for women. But not enforcing Title IX and federal laws, we're going to lose all of our federal funding, and all while degrading our girls' sports as well. I'm asking the board to stand up for our daughters, stand up for our nieces, stand up for all girls, enforce Title IX in RSU 5 schools, and to send a clear message to the Maine Principals Association that they should do the same, they must do the same. Let's protect the future of girls' sports before it's too late. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Janice.
And next meeting, I'll come back to talk about the budget, because I was going to do that as well.
Okay, next we have Kelly Fitz-Randolph.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Kelly Fitz-Randolph. I am a member of the community. I have a junior in high school, and I'm also the 7th grade science teacher at Freeport Middle School. I'm here to address you about upcoming suggested budget cuts of staff. Phoebe, you couldn't have played into what I wanted to say even better. There are a number of cuts suggested in all of the schools, and as a teacher of 35 years, I feel like I am witnessing more trauma and chronic absenteeism than I have seen in a long time. Behavior issues are on a rise. And I've taught, this is my 3rd district I've taught, and I've taught in some, as people would consider, tougher districts. This is not the time to be making cuts. We need all of the ed techs that we have in our school. We are down in ed tech in the middle school that was not hired for this year. We are scheduled to be cut 1, maybe 2 more. We came up with some great ways for these ed techs to help kids that are chronically absent, to get them caught up, to make them feel more secure, and it would be awful to lose them. It's been suggested that we lose a half-time English teacher, which supposedly keeps our language arts levels at 21. Well, we counted, and we always get kids moving in. The class sizes would be 24 or larger for language arts. My position is scheduled to not be rehired for. I'm a 7th grade science teacher. What is that supposed to mean? Are we not going to have 7th grade science? Or are we going to lose our STEM to replace the 7th grade science? Already at the middle school, we're playing catch up for kids who are behind in science education because of the stresses at the elementary school level on math and reading. So any staff that we have is needed for our kids' mental health. This is not the time to be cutting necessary people. It is really the time to be looking at how to best support the mental health of our kids and the education of our kids. So I think we need to really look at the purpose of these cuts and really who's going to be hurt the most. Typically, it's the kids that struggle the most that are hurt when we lose staff members. So Instead of losing some, I say we could use some more. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Or, excuse me, sorry, Kelly. So our next three folks up are Melanie Sachs, Jonas Werner, and Jacqueline Priestley.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Melanie Sachs, and I am honored to serve as Freeport's state representative in the Maine House. On October 25th of 2023, this board, the RSU 5 board, after a rigorous, public, transparent dialogue, adopted a policy with the stated goal to, 1, foster a learning environment that is safe and free from discrimination, harassment, and bullying, and 2, to assist in the educational and social integration of transgender and gender-expansive students in our schools. I was very proud and glad to come before you and testify in strong support of that policy. Our local policy references and is aligned with Maine state and federal law, including the Maine Human Rights Act. I understand that there is an organization now intruding on our local conversation and attempting to foment division. This outside entity, of which there's a very nice banner behind me, Parents' Rights in Education, has not filed paperwork in Maine either with the Office of the Secretary of State nor with the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation as of even just a few days ago. They state they have nonprofit status in Oregon, but they have routinely engaged in political activity here in Maine, which would be an apparent violation of any nonprofit status. An inquiry has been made with the Maine Attorney General. Gender identity has been included in the Maine Human Rights Act since 2005, while interpretation of Title IX has been generally, since its institution many years ago, inclusive and expansive. There may be court challenges to reinterpret settled law, which will be done at the state and federal level. Our Maine Attorney General, Aaron Fry, has indicated that he is ready and willing to have that conversation, as am I. I urge you, the RSU 5 board of our local community, to continue to follow the thorough, thoughtful policies you and our community adopted through a transparent, public, and state-aligned process. I've been very grateful to work with many of you, the members of this board and this community, and I thank you for the time and work that you have done on behalf of our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melanie. Jonas.
Can I just say ditto? My name is Jonas Werner. I live here in Freeport. I'm grateful for the time that you're spending on all of these topics. I stood before you some years ago, the last time major cuts were trying to be made at the middle school, and argued about why that shouldn't be happening. And frankly, the cuts to public education have been happening since the 80s, the cuts from the federal government. And I don't see that getting any easier. A lot of the people that are here tonight are here to talk about transgender children playing in sports, which is, to me, the same thing, the same fight that we've been fighting since the 80s, where this is now a culture war being used to try to destroy our image of our public school system so that more money can be funneled off for private use. It saddens me to have to be here. I have a trans child. It sucks to feel like I have to fight for them to exist or fight for them to be recognized. There's people in this room that refer to trans girls as boys. I find that very insulting to them. In any deliberations you make about how to proceed, I hope that you'll consider a couple things. One is, what's the purpose of high school sports? What's the goal? Is it only to win, Or are there other goals to be achieved, not just in spite of trans athletes, but with the inclusion of trans athletes? Things like teamwork, camaraderie, the pain of falling down, and the thrill of getting back up as an individual and as a team together. It is also my hope that any changes you make will produce a system which creates the least amount of death of our children, all of our children, cisgendered, transgendered, intersex, or otherwise. I have yet to see any evidence of the danger caused by a trans boy on the wrestling team or a trans girl doing the high jump. Where is the danger to our girls? For me, the real danger is teaching girls they cannot compete against a boy or a trans girl. The real danger is telling girls they are unable to compete when a trans girl walks into a room or a boy walks into a room. It sounds like misogyny 101, and we are currently up to our eyeballs in it. The rise of Christian nationalism in the U.S. and abroad. It's also dangerous and insulting to keep calling trans girls boys. They are not boys. You don't need a traumatizing transvestigation of a child to tell you that. Trans children have been through enough without the added insult of community members feigning compassion for their daughters, but refusing to acknowledge the existence of other children. This is not a Christian ideal. It's not the way Jesus would act if he were here today. It is my contention that the harm done to the trans community by excluding them is far greater than the harm caused to non-trans kids if trans boys and girls are included in high school athletics. I hope you can resist the cries for homogeny, inequity, and exclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Priestley, and I'm from Freeport. I'm here today as a taxpayer, a resident of this town, and most importantly, a mother of three, two of which are girls. I'm deeply concerned and disappointed by the Maine Department of Education and RSU 5 district's decision to disregard federal protections and continue to push policies that strip our girls of the very opportunities that Title IX was created to protect, and frankly should never have been enacted in the first place. Title IX was designed to ensure fairness and equal opportunity for female athletes, not to be twisted into something that erases those protections. Allowing biological males to compete in women's sports is not inclusion. It's discrimination against the very girls that this law was meant to protect. As parents, we want fairness and equal opportunity for our daughters. We want them to compete on a level playing field. We want their hard work, their dedication, and their dreams to be valued, not sacrificed for political ideology. I urge this board to stand for truth, for fairness, and for the integrity of women's sports. Our girls deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, not that anyone would know what number they signed the sheet on. I'm just trying to read a name from Freeport. I believe the last name, first name and last name both start with a D. Dean, maybe? No. Dennis? It looks like somebody signed this for us. Okay, I'm just going to keep going down, and if I haven't called your name by the time we get to the end of the folks in the district, you'll know it was you, and then you can come up, okay? All right, so we will move on to Jack Brogan, and then after Jack will be Ashley Schumacher.
Is this good? Can people hear me? Okay. Not quite? Okay. All right. Well, my name is Jack Brogan, and I'm currently the junior captain of the Freeport High School soccer team. I also play varsity lacrosse, and I have also run track and field, both here and at Deering High School. So you could say I understand the topic of conversation, competition, and fairness in sports. So over the past few weeks, as we all know, we've seen a 16-year-old child, a high school student like me, become the target of a nationwide outrage campaign. Instead of discussing the real issue, which is fairness in women's sports, people have chosen to harass, dox, and vilify a teenager. And that is not okay. Imagine waking up to see your name, your face, and your achievements dragged across social media nationwide, not because you broke any rules, but because adults, elected officials, national pundits decided to make you a political weapon. And the impact is real. Greeley High School has increased police presence over the last few days because of these threats. I have kids that I know on my club soccer team that have police at every corner in the Greeley High School neighborhood. But let me be clear, I fully believe in protecting women's sports. I ran track and field and I did pole vault. And I know firsthand how much strength and power it takes to compete. And I really think that's why the MPA failed here. They should have had policies in place to ensure that girls' sports remain fair. Instead, they let the situation, I think, spiral into chaos. And this isn't about left versus right. I don't think it's anything has to do with politics. It's just about fair competition. Two of our own lost a fair shot at a championship medal because an athlete who had competed in the boys division 2 years ago was allowed to compete in the girls pole vaulting, and I personally think that is not fair. But when the conversation shifts from protecting women's sports to publicly attacking a child, we lose focus. The outrage becomes the story instead of the real issue. And we need solutions at this point, not any more social media outrage and not any more hate. I think the MPA, Greeley High School, and governing bodies must step up to protect girls' sports while also ensuring that no 16-year-old is ever thrown to the wolves like this again. At the end of the day, no child should have to become a martyr for this debate. We can do a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Ashley?
Hi there. I'm Ashley Schumacher. I live in Freeport. I'm a parent of a student in the district, and I am a proud queer and non-binary member of this community. I'll be brief so you can hopefully get some of the school board work done tonight that you came here to do. I sent you all a lengthy email outlining my concerns about school budget cuts and policy reversions that are on tonight's agenda. I trust this board to do the right thing by our students because I've seen you do it time and again. In turn, please trust us, the community, to support a robust budget that allows educators and staff to meet students' needs as they already exist and as they arise, along with policies and procedures that offer broad protections for all of our students. Thank you so much for living your commitment to this community by serving on the board and continuing to show up for the work despite its many challenges. Thanks.
Thank you, Ashley. So next up, we have Emily Stiles, Ron Schmidt, and Amelia Nikki Connolly.
Good evening. My name is Emily Moker. Excuse me, it's Stiles now. And I live in Durham. I'm the proud parent of 3 children who are or have been students in RSU 5. And I'm here tonight to urge you, the board, to do the 3 following things. Include existing support staff at FMS and the ESOL position at FHS in the fiscal year 26 budget. Vote no on reverting back to the 2020 Title IX final rule. And to publicly recommit to the work of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. I've witnessed this board do the right thing for RSU 5 students in the past, and I trust that you'll do the same for them now. Thank you for the hard work that you all do.
Thank you, Emily.
Hello, I'm Ron Schmidt from Freeport. How's that? I'm embarrassed to admit this is the first time I've been to a school board meeting, and I want to begin by thanking all of you for doing the work to show up so much and to provide this support for our students. I grew up in Southern California. I went to an enormous series of public schools, and I got a really good education there, but the schools were very underfunded. The teachers didn't have the resources that they needed, and a lot of kids fell through the cracks. My kid is having a very good education here in Freeport, but that's due a lot of the time to the heroic efforts of their teachers. And I would want to see that level of, or some level of robust budgeting, at the very least, to not make it harder for those teachers to do the incredibly important work that they're doing. Providing not just the basic content of an education, but also providing a protective and encouraging atmosphere around students is so key to their success. At a time when we've got like 15,000 kids, I think, without health insurance in Maine, and 55,000 who rely on SNAP benefits that could be cut, we need to be making our students feel safer and more cared for and more capable of doing what they need to do to get the top flight education that they deserve. And needless to say, providing that kind of safe space does not extend to a campaign to threaten trans students or to expose them to national publics who think that either they don't exist or that they don't have a right to. Thank you again for everything.
Thank you, Ron.
Hello, my name is Amelia Connolly. I am a sophomore at Freeport High School, and I do indoor and outdoor track. I was born as a female, and I identify as a female, but I cannot imagine having a different story and being ridiculed and attacked by an entire country for how I identify and how I view myself. We just finished our indoor season. We went to states. We competed well. I'm very proud of my team. And no one should have that much hatred or misunderstanding of someone to ridicule them and make it seem like we lost. My team did very well, as did every other team. And we, as a community, need to respect others and how they feel, because I would so much rather be an athlete who is competing against someone who is succeeding and who is happy with how they identify, rather than someone who is not expressing themselves as how they feel. I don't understand how we as a community can try to tear down this individual just because she was born a boy. And I don't think that we lost anything, except maybe some of our dignity after tearing apart this girl just because she wasn't born as one.
Thank you, Amelia.
I'm Amelia's mom, Nikki Connolly. We live in Freeport, Maine. I have two other kids who also attend RSU 5 schools, and we're obviously here in support of trans youth as well as girls and females. It all goes together. We just care about human rights. I just want to point out that only 5 transgender athletes are competing in girls teams in school sports for grades K through 12 right now as of January 2025. And a study funded by the International Olympic Committee found that trans women had greater hand grip strength but lower jumping ability, lung function, and cardiovascular fitness compared to cis women. But I really want to point out the psychological distress that trans youth and trans people experience. It can negatively impact athletic performance by causing decreased focus, impaired decision-making, reduced motivation, increased anxiety, muscle tension, and the list goes on. Phoebe, you mentioned mental health for the Freeport and RSU 5 students, and I thank you for saying that. I think we really need to be aware of the mental health of the trans population in particular. They're such a marginalized group. They're harassed and bullied already, and if sports can help to elevate them and to give them some pride and a sense of belonging, then we as a district and as a community owe that to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Kevin Johannes, sorry if I'm messing up people's names, and then Maddie Vertenten will be after.
Hi, Kevin Josenhans. Is that good? Close. I'm a Freeport dad, parent of 2 girls. Just wanted to say a few things. I'm saddened on kind of how we've gotten here today. We keep mulling over the same things and talking about all these policy issues. And as I stand this evening, I see a fractured community. I see policies being brought by people no one in this room voted for. Drummond and Woodsum, Maine Principals Association, to give a few examples. The policies are drafted, I feel like historically minimally curated. I know that's a little abrasive towards the policy committee, but we've heard so many varying sides of the story and input from parents that I've become suspect of the whole process. I've provided feedback to the policy committee recently. I never received an email back. Sometimes I have been given emails back, but definitely not on that one. I've become suspect when community individuals make FOIA requests or Freedom of Information requests and are met with a $55,000 bill to pay. And I think it's sometimes discouraging to see a school board vote in lockstep and unanimously on so many issues when there's so many parents that have expressed concern. I'll be very candid. My frustration stemmed from a loss of feeling like I'm being heard, a feeling of loss of control over our kids, and a lack of focus on education. It feels like creep of government and watering down of education. I want to mention what I said in my email on the volunteer policy. The way it's written and proposed, I believe, is an expectation that a volunteer is to report kids they think are neglected to the DHHS or the district attorney, but they're not trained in that ability to spot those types of things or make the report, whereas the school employees have to be trained in that with a certain timeline. It's like 4 years or something, but I think it's inappropriate to allow minimally vetted volunteers into the school and then empower them to make reports to DHHS and the district attorney. Again, it just feels like the watering down of parents' rights and relinquishing too much control over the unvetted volunteers. ACAA policy, just real quick, is creating an environment where girls aren't being allowed to excel. We've had quite a bit of parental input over the last year on the policy. Unfortunately, the board voted unanimously to approve it last year when so many parents expressed their concerns. I would like to remind all the parents this policy was very cleverly written to piggyback on the Maine Principals Association in reference to gender segregated activities. So to clarify, it cites interscholastic participation in athletics will be addressed in accordance with the current Maine Principals Association guidelines. So by design, the policy is written to allow for changes to be dictated by an entity other than the board. It's my opinion the board will use this as a way to shirk responsibility for upholding the executive order by being able to point to the Maine Principals Association. I don't recall voting for anyone in the Maine Principals Association. So this event is played out in our community, resulting in girls not having their rightful place on the podium. Again, it's a degradation of parental rights and students' ability to perform at their best and have a shot for the top spot. And again, finally, as we're here arguing over policy that seems to fall on deaf ears with the unanimous voting records, the expenditure of cost per child versus test scores is a divergent curve. And this is what really matters. I would invite my fellow community members to reference the recent local property tax assessments in Freeport. I know mine went up substantially. I know we're speaking of the budget tonight, so I figured it'd be an appropriate time to ask what is being done to curb the spending increase and begin to move each of these divergent trend lines in the opposite directions. We have politicians playing chicken with federal funding
Could
while
we
test
just ask
scores
you
drop.
to, just the timer one, I'm not sure you heard it, but the timer did go off.
I didn't even hear
Yeah,
it.
sorry.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to just hope that we can focus back on getting the scores up and focusing on education. And I just feel bad that we've relinquished so much responsibility to people that we haven't voted for. We're not making the decisions within our own community and the board. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin.
Good evening. My name is Maddie Vertenton. I live in Freeport, and I know you all very well, and I know you do. Every time you meet, work very hard on getting the scores up and focusing on education. And it's great when the public shows up to comment like this, but it does take a lot of time from your agenda. That said, I couldn't miss the opportunity to speak on two things tonight. First, I want to talk about the budget, and I sent this to you in a letter, but I wanted to just read a part of it tonight. I see this budget year as a time for the board to act courageously, despite trepidation, and take every action possible not to backslide when it comes to how the district serves our students. It took a lot of years of incremental budget actions to get to where the district is today. To cut those very intentional staffing decisions in the face of economic uncertainty will undermine years of intentional board and administrative teamwork. So I ask you to take on the difficult task of, number one, finding ways to reduce the budget that have a much less significant impact on our students, and or propose a bold budget to our taxpayers. We're not living in normal times. The Department of Education and all government spending is under siege. This has a direct impact on schools. To put forward a budget that clearly shows the impact to our schools would allow citizens to make a choice about what matters to us. Do we value education? Do we want to invest in our students at a time when the federal government does not? Are we willing to put our tax dollars where our values are? This is a big risk for you as a board, I know. If the budget does not pass, then that means extra work for you over the summer. I don't wish that on any of you. But I believe strongly that there are much bigger questions at stake and that this is your part to play right now. Regarding Title IX, yes, over a year ago, you unanimously approved the district policy protecting gender-expansive and transgender youth. That policy is sound and has done a lot of good, letting our most vulnerable students know that you want school to be a safe place for them to exist. Title IX is extremely complex. I remember this from the time that I served on this board and on the policy committee. I remember the last time that our current president was in office, we contended with changes to Title IX, and then I know that happened again when the last president was in office, and now it's happening again. Despite what some people in this audience think, this board does not dictate how Title IX works. It makes sense to follow what's happening at the district of education level and what's happening in our state. I do think that what you can do is, and I think what I'm asking you to do is let your voices be heard by the Department of Education, by the governor, by the attorneys general, affirming our values. And importantly, one thing I keep hearing over and over again is do not comply in advance. Do not comply with this president's executive orders. They are executive orders. They are not law. They are not settled law. And I thank you. I just want to close by saying, I know it's very hard to sit where you're sitting on nights like tonight, and I just want to thank you for the work that you do. I know you all do incredible work from the right place. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. Okay, I'm going to jump back to if you signed the sheet, and I haven't called your name and you're from Freeport. I'm very curious of what your name is. Okay, yeah.
Samantha Bryant.
No, I have you on the other sheet. No? Okay, well, then we'll jump to Samantha.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Samantha Bryant, and I live in Freeport. I'm opposed to the policy reversion proposed in item 11C. In 2020, the Supreme Court ruled in the Bostock case that trans people are protected through the Civil Rights Act, a federal law. That ruling helped inspire the Title IX policy currently in place. Executive orders are not laws. Many recent federal actions have already been found illegal, unconstitutional, and unenforceable. That may yet happen with this one too. Finally, the proposed change would be in conflict with state policy and state law. So I ask that the RSU 5 school board reconsider making this change at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Kelly Delaney.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Kelly Delaney, and I'm from Freeport. I just wanted to thank you all for giving us all a forum to come and express our opinions. I'm a parent of 3 Freeport students, one in Mass Landing, one in the Freeport Middle School, and one at the high school. And I'm here today to show my support for the Title IX programs now and going forward. I applaud efforts to evolve our policies to represent the entire student body and to give our kids the support they need. That means codifying policies around sexual harassment, pregnancy, birth, and transgender inclusivity. As parents and administrators, you often bravely venture into new territory with an intent to address issues and strive to provide equal access to programs. I came to today's meeting as a show of my support for the hard work you do to uphold progressive programs and to not give in to the opposition's baseless claims that promote hate and bullying of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. All right. May Hona, maybe?
Hi, can you hear?
Yes.
Thanks. I'm Reverend Mayor Honan, and I live in Freeport. And I think this issue for me about the competition, the inclusion of trans, the understanding of trans, I can't isolate it. I see it under the umbrella of the soul of America. I feel like there's so much going on that tugs at the soul of America for me. What's the soul, huh? How do we know that? You can't really define it easily. To me, it's something in our gut that we know is right, that we have fought for, myself not included in that hard fight, and we have won. You know, less than, or a little over rather, 100 years ago, women were being stoned because they had the audacity to think they could vote. 100 years ago? I'm 77, and most of my, well, a good half of my life, I knew nothing about trans. I never thought about gender. It wasn't in my environment as a topic, and I hadn't met anybody who could teach me. And that's how we learn. You know, we get stuck in thinking we know something, and we know nothing as far as I can see. We know the limited amount humans know. And then some brave person or group of people step up and they teach us. If we have the courage to learn and we have the willingness to change, we can learn. And frequently, us humans, instead of that willingness, we have fear. It's different. They're different. They think different. They act different. God, they want rights. Oh my God, what's that going to mean? We're going to lose something. And we react with fear, and frequently we never identify that that's how we're reacting. We think we have the answer. We think competition and who's winning an award is what we're talking about. What we're talking about is much deeper than who's winning a swim meet. And you're being challenged, as all of us are being challenged, to look anew, to understand more deeply, to talk to trans people, to understand what we're afraid of in the changes that are coming. I'm asking us to be the better people that I know is the soul of America.
Thank you, May. Brenda Rodrigue and Chandra Jin Robbins, and then we'll move on to folks from outside the district.
I am Brenda Rodrigue, a resident of Freeport. I have 3 young adult children who all participated in athletics in high school, but in a different school district, that competed against RSU 5. The Maine Principals Associations and the school board's decision to allow men to play in women's sports is a poor decision and one I ask you to rescind. First, it affects the safety of our students, not only the students of RSU 5, but also it affects the safety of students from other school districts when they're competing against Freeport, Pownell, and Durham. The safety of our students should be our first priority. It's completely unfair to our female athletes to be forced to either compete with transgender athletes or not compete at all, or to give up championship titles to the biologically advantaged, to give up opportunities to shine athletically on a college application, and to stand on the podium and receive a medal. The number of transgender students who participate in athletics is but a very small percentage of the student population. Yet every single female student athlete is affected by the decision to allow men to play in women's sports. The biological male has an advantage over the female body in size, strength, and weight. Not only does this create safety concerns on the playing fields and courts, must I mention during hotel stays when the team travels, but it creates a safety concern for every single female in the locker rooms and in the women's bathrooms. Secondly, our schools cannot afford to lose funding from the U.S. government because of the decision to follow the Maine Principals Association's lead to disregard the federal ruling of Title IX. Our ranking in academics nationwide is already near the bottom. That's with the ever-increasing school budget. It seems the higher the budget, the lower the proficiency in our students' reading and math. How low can we go? Let's not find out. Let's not take a loss in school funding. Our priority should be what's best for our students as a whole, not what's best for the ultra minority. Allowing men to play in women's sports, it's dangerous, it's unfair to our female athletes, and I ask you to prioritize our female athletes' safety, return fairness to our female athletes, and keep men out of women's sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Chandra?
You always make this for taller people, don't you? Hi, can you hear me? My name is Chandra Jin Robbins. I'm a resident of Freeport. I'm the mother of a Freeport High School student, and I'm also a business owner in the community. And my daughter is trans, and I have never been so pleased in my entire life that she never had any interest in sports. I am speaking in support of the current Title IX. I know you went through a lot for this last year. I had never spoken to a group before because my daughter came out as trans when she was 14. I'm speaking today to you and also to the parents of children who do love sport, for whom sport is a guiding light in their lives, for whom sport is something that drives them to be better, to sacrifice, to become the people that we want our children to grow up to be. Because if your child is trans, let's say you have a son right now and you don't know yet that they're trans, because I didn't know till my kid came out to me when they were 14. And let's say they love sports. Sports is what drives them. It is their favorite thing about school. It is the best thing. Your lives revolve around sports. And let's say they come out as trans, and then guess what? If this gets overturned, that is the end for them. There is no more sport. There is no more sport at all. Simply because they had the courage to come out and be who God made them to be. And that's all I have to say. Also, the doxing thing, as Mainers, we don't bully children. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandra. All right, I'm going to give one more opportunity for the Freeport person who didn't get called yet. Okay. So we will move on to folks from outside the district. And first up is Scott Jordan and then Larry Afiero.
Good evening. How are you? My name is Scott Jordan. I'm from Cumberland, Maine, and I'm here this evening to encourage the young women from the Freeport High School track and field team to speak out and to let their voices be heard. On the record, we know that a biological male in the Greeley team won. But I think everybody in this room knows the truth, and I think we should recognize Freeport is the real victor. Congratulations, Freeport. The biological young man, or actually I'm going to take a step back. The decision to allow a biological male, John, transgender young woman, Katie, to compete as a female in the recent Maine High School Track and Championship is wrong. The biological young man is a newly transgender athlete competing in a sport where he clearly has a physical advantage. It doesn't seem that there was any consideration given by the MPA to where in the process the young man is in his actual transition. Just from the pictures that were recently posted on social media, and I'll be honest, they were hatefully done in some cases. It's an obvious young man, and he has a physical advantage inherent to males. Last year, he was on the podium as a male winner. This year, he topped the podium as a female, and his victory was insubstantial. 8 inches in track is a huge margin for those of you who are unaware. I ask you this, is it right to hurt the hundreds of other female pole vaulters who competed all season long to be denied because a transitioning student usurped them wholeheartedly? As a governing body, the MPA should have figured this out in advance. They should have at least considered it, because I guarantee you their decision made a huge difference to the person who finished second, the young lady who finished second, and even bigger difference to the one who didn't medal at all. Because of this, for the record, whatever this young man wants to do is up to him and his family. Can you please silence him? Can I have my time back, please?
We're not shouting.
I'm sorry, I have a point of order. Are we supposed to be, is the public allowed to discuss individuals?
I think we're not talking names or any. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. There will be no names.
Can I have my time reset, please? And could we please ask the public to stop talking?
I did. Thank you.
Can you please listen? Thank you. We were respectful of you.
We're directing comments to the board, not to other individuals in the crowd.
Yeah, but they've been disrespectful, ma'am.
I understand. We paused your time. I apologize for your interruption. And if you're ready, you have 48 seconds remaining.
And then also, just to clarify, point of order, the person who was the former board member, you allowed her to continue, but you asked somebody prior to that to finish up. So just be fair for everybody.
I am. When the time
I'm
goes
just
off.
letting you. No, you didn't say
Okay.
anything to that person.
All right. So your time is about to start. I tried to find a pause in the thought before I ask folks to finish up, regardless of the position that they're taking.
To me, this isn't a judgment call. It was just wrong to let the young man compete. I believe the MPA should at least develop some standards and/or tests. They already exist for elite athletes. Read the studies. Talk in terms of anatomy and psychology. Think about it rationally and I can never say the word, sorry. Not in a liberal conservative context, not in a political context. Just use some common sense. At the end of the day, we had an example with a volleyball player, a male volleyball player, regardless if he was transitioning or not, slammed a ball into a young lady's face and broke, I believe, her orbital bone. Common sense. I was in the military. I served in the Gulf War, and our female American soldiers had to be masked up and always follow behind us. How was that equal? We couldn't get our pay, our danger pay, because we had female American soldiers with us. Think about that. We want to talk about being inclusive. Let's just say a certain mindset gets bullied by certain individuals. I was already bullied this evening because I have a different point of view. You want to talk about being inclusive, America being the soul of America? Well, let's think about it. Everybody should have a point of view. Everybody should be able to speak and be heard and not be bullied. What happened to being Christ-like? What happened to love your neighbor?
Thank you, Scott. Larry Offiero. And then after Larry, we'll have Nicholas Blanchard.
Larry Offiero, Cumberland. I've been an educator for over 30 years. I'd like to preface my remarks by saying I empathize and have compassion for all transgenders. I've heard talk about hate tonight. People who agree with me do not hate. We're looking for something different. We're looking for something called fairness, compassion. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman named Riley Gaines. Most of you have heard about her. Imagine that you have a daughter who's 18 years old. She's a national champion swimmer. She enters a contest, and amazingly, she ties a biological male, transgender. And they give the trophy not to her, but to the transgender. So she went to her coach and she said, "Why? How could you do this?" And he said, took her aside and said, "We have to be tolerant, we have to accept, we have to welcome DEI. Of course we know that men are stronger. We are bigger, our heart size is bigger, we have 40% larger lung capacity, our throats are bigger, and that's very important, very critical when you're in any kind of athletic endeavor." Well, to add insult to injury, when they took the picture of the trophy, they gave the trophy to the transgender and had her hold the trophy. And with tears in her eyes, Riley Gaines went to her coach, and this
We're going to ask that you don't specifically name students, regardless if they're in this district or not.
What are you talking about? She's a national figure.
Okay,
She's on TV all the time.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about.
Please give me my time back. Please give me some time. She went to her coach in tears. She said, "I sacrificed 18 years of my life, my social connections, my diet, my practicing every day. How could you do this to me?" And the coach just walked away. He said, I can't answer you. Again, he said something about being accepting. We talk about pain tonight. Think about the pain of these young women and girls who sacrifice so much to be put in a position that is completely unfair, completely unsafe. And we can't say, "Oh, it only happens here and only happens there." It's happening everywhere. So please, when we talk about empathy, when we talk about compassion, let's go beyond the transgender community, who I have compassion for, and think about these young women and what they go through. I'd like to talk to the parents I've noticed a lot of people here who are parents who disagree with me, and I understand that. But there are many parents who should be here, sticking up for their daughters. And they have to be brave. Out of all the virtues in this world, it is known, out of love, compassion, patience, courage, the most important one is courage. Because without courage, love will get you nowhere. And these men, and these women.
I think we have to wrap it up. Okay. No, we're not having a conversation in the crowd. Okay. Enough. So
I don't know what just happened. What happened?
I was just asking you to wrap it up because your time went. We went over. We gave you a little bit of time back, but your time is up.
Okay. So, men, we are not asked to complete the task, but neither are we exempt from trying. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. So Nicholas Blanchard is who we have up next, and after Nicholas would be Kathleen Brown.
Inform states and school districts that if any teacher or school official suggests to a child that they
No.
can track
You can give, if you want something to share, you can share that with the superintendent and she'll make sure we get it. No, where we also don't have recordings. If you want to speak, you're welcome to your 3 minutes, but we're not going to play a recording.
All right.
Sorry.
It's fine.
part of our new
It's pretty much just Trump explaining the executive order that he put out that you guys seem to just want to completely blow off. But this right here is a picture of a biological man that competed against women, that stole a championship from a young woman.
I have a point of order,
worked.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
I believe this is out of order.
How is this out of order? I didn't say any names. I didn't say any names.
He's using a visual.
It's none of your Why are you interrupting? Second time.
So
That's out of order.
Okay. We don't. Okay, guys.
How is this fair?
Okay,
This is
we're gonna take a 5-minute break to
my
pause. Yes, we are. It's okay.
So they
Excuse
they
me.
can keep interrupting.
We are
like
going
that,
to.
and-
We're going to take a 5-minute break. You will have your time, and we just need to relax here for a second.
They're the ones that's not relaxed. It's not us. We were respectful.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you for everyone's patience. I apologize for not doing the motion to take the quick 5-minute recess. I appreciate your indulgence in that. We will reset your 5 minutes. Excuse me, your 3
I'll take
minutes.
5.
We will reset your 3 minutes, and I'm just waiting for her to pull up her timer
Yep, no
here.
problem. Nicholas Blanchard from Augusta, too. Am I good? All right, so my whole speech kind of got messed up with the whole thing, so I'm kind of just going to go off the cuff. But this is a quote from the coach, Cornwall. "I know as a coach it's tough. I think I would stop coaching," the assistant coach said. But the assistant coach was kind of into it and said he had championship fever to win both boys and girls championship at the state level. You know, our biggest problem here right now, to deny the fact that it is a competitive advantage for biological men to compete against women. How is it fair for a young woman that spends all her childhood practicing? You know, you think they just wake up and become a state champion? No, that takes work. That takes effort to come in and get beat by somebody that placed 9th last year as a male. How do you, as a father, as a parent, how do you explain that to your daughter that she worked so hard to get beat by a man? How is that fair? You know, do you think that man practiced and worked just as hard as she did? Obviously not, because he placed 9th the year before. I mean, it's kind of common sense. I mean, just like the man spoke about military. I mean, the standard for women is completely different than the standard for men. Women have to do a different amount of push-ups compared to men. Why is that? Our bodies are built different. It's a competitive advantage. And you guys are going to die on this, and federal funding is going to come from all of our districts. What about low-income families that you know that need this federal funding for free lunch, for after-school programs? You think the state funding is going to be enough for all that? The way Janet Mills is spending our money? Really? I mean, come on, guys. What are we going to do? When are we going to start thinking about our kids again? When are we going to go back to teaching again? We worry more about same-sex bathrooms and all this than we do worry about our test scores and everything else. When are we going to get back to teaching our kids what is right and what is wrong? And right now, this is wrong. Honestly, you guys are brainwashing these kids. That's exactly what you guys are doing. You're indoctrinating these kids. And I feel bad for every single one of them. Because when I was in school, this was not a thing. You did not walk down the school hallways and see a pride. You weren't celebrating what people did in their bedroom. You don't have a straight flag hanging up, do you? No. Because we don't celebrate what we do in our bedroom. That doesn't make somebody who they are. What makes somebody who they are is their character. You guys have a good night. Daddy's home.
Thank you, Nicholas. Kathleen Brown, and then Elaine Dupree is after Kathleen.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Brown, and I've had the privilege of teaching science in Freeport for almost 20 years. Thank you for your important work on the budget. I want to share my concerns regarding the proposal to leave the science teacher position at Freeport Middle School unfilled following a retirement. First, a little background. The Next Gen Science Standards are the guideposts for excellence in science education across the nation. Maine adopted the standards about a decade ago and has built a state science assessment around those standards. Unlike traditional science standards, NGSS prioritizes science and engineering practices alongside content knowledge. In other words, it dictates a curriculum that explores both the why and the how of science. In response to the Next Gen Science Standards, the middle school developed a blended STEM and science program. Each year, students are enrolled for equal amounts of time in both STEM and science classes. We believe strongly that science provides the essential foundation and that STEM allows students to apply that knowledge in exciting and innovative ways. Over the past several years, our middle school has poured its heart into creating a curriculum that ignites students' curiosity and encourages them to think critically. And the success of this approach is clear. 70% of Freeport Middle School students meet or exceed the standard on the state science assessment. That's not only double the statewide average, it's 20% higher than the district average. It's a rate competitive with other top performing districts in Maine. While test scores are but one measure of a student's success, we believe these results speak strongly to the effectiveness of our program. To ensure we can continue offering these powerful learning experiences, maintaining the integrity of the blended science and STEM program is absolutely essential. This means replacing the retiring science teacher with someone who combines a strong understanding of science with a genuine passion for teaching it, and leaving the STEM complement in place. As you witnessed during your recent tour of our building, learning at FMS is engaging and relevant. Our model is good for kids. We're eager to tell you more about it and answer any questions that you have. I know you have hard work to do, and I thank you for it. I respectfully request that the board continue to support strong science and STEM education for our students throughout the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Elaine?
Good evening. My name is Elaine Dupre, and I am the 7th grade STEM teacher at Freeport Middle School. I come before you tonight to speak about the proposed cut to the 7th grade science position at Freeport Middle School. 3 weeks ago, it was announced that upon Kelly Fitz's retirement, the 7th grade science position would be cut with no rationale for how the 7th grade science content would still be delivered. To date, we still have not been given an explanation. Knowing that science still has to be taught, we can only surmise that a cut like this means a drastic change to our science and STEM program offerings. Already, elementary students enter middle school with less science knowledge than they did 10 years ago. Whether it's due to COVID or the emphasis on math and literacy at the elementary levels, it is a marked difference. We cannot afford to weaken our STEM and science offerings, and we do not see that there's a way that this can be avoided if you cut the science position. Upon inquiring if cutting a science position could mean cutting a STEM position, by asking a current STEM teacher, such as myself, to fill the science void, the response was, it's in the mix of possibilities. So without being given any other information, I feel I have to come before you tonight to defend our STEM program, just so that you keep in mind that if you support a cut in a science position, you could be supporting a cut in a STEM program offering. By having both science and STEM, we are able to accomplish the science standards the district has adopted. Science classes foster a spirit of inquiry, encourage students to pursue and analyze evidence, and master content that builds a strong foundation for future science classes. STEM classes go beyond content knowledge, equipping students with vital problem-solving skills, developing those 21st century skills of thinking outside the box as they engage in real-world engineering challenges. STEM classes are particularly effective in engaging students who may not thrive in traditional subjects. Excuse me. Hands-on projects and innovative problem-solving activities offer learning experiences that do not exist in other subjects. These experiences help students see the relevance of their education, fostering both academic success and increased school attendance. If you want to know when students who are frequently absent show up to school, come visit on a day when we are launching rockets, building tiny homes, or coding and programming robots. The students are there. Furthermore, the specialized skill sets of our current STEM teachers, such as expertise in computer science, hands-on project design, and real-world application of scientific principles, should not be overlooked. We bring unique qualifications and passions that have built the STEM program at FMS, offering students experiences that go beyond standard curriculum instruction and fostering skills critical for future success. Oops, I'll rip this up. Just this year, STEM teachers finally started meeting as a K-12 STEM department, even attending STEM conferences as a cohort. We are STEM teachers because we are passionate about STEM. Please do not assume that STEM teachers are qualified or want to step into a STEM science position, which we fear we may ask to do if the science position is cut. A cut of a science position will have detrimental effects on our current science and STEM offerings, which will unfortunately directly impact our students' education. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. I have Amy Colta, maybe? Colton, yes. Okay, thank you.
How's this? Okay? Great. RTI is critically important in our schools. My name is Amy Colton, and I am the .5 math RTI teacher at Freeport Middle School. As you may know, it has been proposed that my position, along with the .5 reading RTI teaching position, be eliminated, and then we will both be replaced with one full-time RTI teacher who will deliver both math and reading interventions. I think the loss of having content specialists will outweigh whatever minor benefits there might be in having one full-time teacher in this role. I also want to mention that this proposal has no impact, positive or negative, on the budget. I love math and I love my work. I know that everyone has the capacity to understand and be successful in math. When I work with students in small groups, I can identify their misconceptions and help guide them to a more accurate and deeper level of understanding. I work to create a safe environment for sharing thinking and developing confidence. I have over 20 years of math education experience, most of those at the middle school level. I've been trained in instructional strategies that help learners develop understanding of math concepts. I know the content of K-8 math very well, and I have a strong understanding of Algebra 1. Knowing where students are coming from and where they are going is critical to delivering effective math interventions, as well as making in-the-moment decisions based on observing students and listening to their thinking. I admire and respect my reading counterpart, and I know that I would not bring the same level of expertise if I were asked to deliver reading interventions. It's my years of training and experience in math specifically that make me such a good fit for my current math RTI position. When I've asked to understand the rationale behind eliminating content specialists in RTI, I've been told that the benefits include streamlined communication and greater consistency in service delivery. Nervous, sorry. I cannot think of any lapses in communication that have occurred in my 2.5 years in this position. Although I work part-time, I find ways via email or planning ahead to meet in person to communicate and collaborate with other staff members. It is true that I do not attend all meetings, but math concerns are so specific to math class that when a concern comes up, the math classroom teacher seeks me out either in person or via email. From there, we make a plan for next steps. Regarding consistency in delivery of services, there are places where consistency makes sense: group size, duration of intervention, progress monitoring, and there are places where consistency is unimportant. Some instructional strategies are critical in math and non-existent in reading, and vice versa. I do think that FMS has some work to do to improve consistency with regard to RTI, but I firmly believe that the .5 reading RTI teacher and I can work collaboratively to ensure that where consistency matters, we make it happen. RTI is critically important. Let's make sure we have specialists working with our students to maximize impact on learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Next up, we have Alan Sarvinas, and after Alan will be Jeff Nessie, maybe, from Brunswick.
Good evening, Chairwoman Richardson, RSU5 School Board, Superintendent Scarapa. I appreciate your time tonight. I am the Director for Parents' Rights and Education, and I'm the proud Director of Parents' Rights and Education, no matter where the defamation comes from. We are in your district.
I'm going to ask you to just give your name and where you're from. Sorry.
My name is Alan Sarvinas. I'm from Topsom. I live there with my lovely wife and 2 male children. So we stand here tonight because we were invited here by your parents who know they have rights and they know we'll stand here and fight for them because they are inherent and fundamental to their life, liberty, and prosperity. We urge you to take a stand for your own girls, for their safety and opportunities. There is elevated harm, there's great harm that comes to girls when their private spaces and activities are violated. It's laying before you, that's what I handed out, and it's backed by decades of legal precedent upholding Title IX. The Biden Title IX revisions were ruled unconstitutional, proving that the year of our advocacy is correct. It's right. For far too long, parents have been lied to. I know parents that we've worked with who have wept. I've worked with military veterans that would walk through the door and people would say, well, that's a big dude. And the one thing they have told the other side's advocacy, what they have told them for years, is that males need to invade girls' spaces in sports because it's a vital part of gender-affirming care. Except last month, a transgender attorney stood in front of the Supreme Court and said that's not true, that there's no data, that there's no science that proves gender-affirming care reduces suicides. So I'm asking you, who made decisions after having this, your goodwill, leveraged against you for years, who's going to be accountable for lying to you? Who's going to be accountable to lying to these parents? Imagine being told that if you didn't do what your kid wanted, they'll kill themselves, and then finding out 5 years later it was a lie. I mean, are you going to still listen to the same people who have been leveraging your goodwill? Maine girl dads have had enough. All parents have had enough. This is about fairness, safety, and the integrity of girls' sports. If this board truly cares about female athletes, you would uphold Title IX as it stands. You will send a clear message to the Maine Principal Association that Freeport girls will no longer lose their championships to males. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Jeff, I think it's Nessie, but I could be messing up the last name. Does definitely look like it starts with an N, from Brunswick. No? Okay. We will move on to Sarah Davis.
Okay, hello. I'm Sarah Davis. I'm from Auburn, but I teach in Freeport at the middle school. I did not intend to speak tonight. I'm not great at public speaking, except in the classroom, I guess. So I did come, though, to support my colleagues and my students with the budget discussion, and I know it's a ton of work for you guys, so it's disappointing that we can't have this budget meeting separate from the Title IX issue. My daughter, who has an interest in local government and likes to know how schools run, wanted to attend the budget meeting. She happens to be trans. And I asked her if she was comfortable coming, and she said yes. I wanted to speak so that I could sort of echo what Phoebe said at the beginning so eloquently. I wanted to say before all of this to just remember to be kind, because we're talking about children, and not just children, trans adults as well, who are people and humans who deserve to be loved and respected and included. And so I'm a little thrown by the whole, a lot of the hatred that I'm hearing. It really upsets me. But it's been lovely to see students who were at the middle school who are now here thriving at the high school, and hearing Amelia talk so eloquently, and Phoebe, and I just applaud you. I think, so I'm kind of losing track of what I'm saying. But I would also like to just encourage you to reconsider the cuts at the middle school and find other budget cuts, other ways of cutting the budget. And I think it is possible to be creative about it without cutting staff that helps kids who are at risk. So RTI is huge and it's so important, and it concerns me when we cut programs that service the kids who are the most vulnerable. And I feel like that's all I had to say. Just thank you for your work.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, so next we have Margaret Estabrook.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the board for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Margaret Estabrook. I'm a resident of Yarmouth. I'm coming to you today as a coach and a mother of 2 NCAA athletes, one of which was able to get a full scholarship for college. Tonight, I'm asking you to demonstrate your support for female athletes by complying with Title IX. This would not only put Freeport in alignment with federal law, but it would reaffirm your commitment to safeguard the civil rights of female students. As a school board, you have a real opportunity here to take the lead in Maine and show all female students that you see them, you hear them, and you acknowledge them, and they're worthy of your attention. I'd also like to close with, I don't think anybody here hates anybody. We're here because we are pro-Title IX. We're anti-hate, but pro-Title IX. And I'm asking you to consider what the original intentions of Title IX were. And I'm asking you to uphold Title IX and acknowledge the civil rights that it bestows on female students. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Julia Dietrich.
Hello, my name is Julia Dietrich. I'm from Bristol, Maine. I'm a junior at another Midcoast high school. And even though I'm not a student at Freeport High School, I would like to show my support for a team that rightfully earned its place in competition, only to have that opportunity taken away by an unfair policy that ignores the integrity of women's sports. Enough is enough. It is time for female athletes across Maine to take a stand against the Maine Principals Association and the governor's policies that are failing us. We have trained, we have sacrificed, we have played by the rules, yet we are being forced to watch as the rights and opportunities of female athletes are stripped away. If those in power refuse to protect fairness in women's sports, then we must make them understand the consequences of their decisions in the only way they seem to understand: through time, resources, money, and undeniable public pressure. For the past 3 years, I have competed in congressional debate, which is another organization governed by the MPA. Even in debate, there's a culture in the state of Maine that is anti-woman, and our own state judges making comments such as, "Your voice is too feminine. You would never be taken seriously if you continue to hold yourself that way. Your views are unreasonable." The fight is not just about one team, one championship, or one season. This is about every girl in the state of Maine who has ever laced up her shoes, stepped onto the field, prepared for a tournament, or poured her heart into a competition, believing that she had a fair shot. It is time to act. Show up for your games, your meets, and your tournaments. Be ready to compete, and then stand together in silent, unwavering protest. Let the empty scoreboards and unanswered whistles send a message loud enough to the MPA to the MPA, our schools, and the state that they cannot ignore it. I believe that the board should take a public stand against the MPA and the governor's position. We are not just athletes. We are not just students. We are not just parents. We are fighters. Let's keep women's sports for women. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I'm just going down here to make sure we didn't miss anybody on this list, and I think we just have a couple more here. Sean Patrick Cody.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Sean Patrick Cody, and I live in Portland, but have the honor of serving as pastor of South Freeport Church here. And love this town, and I'm grateful for all of you and for the great service that you do serving on this board. And thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Just want to speak on behalf of my trans siblings and express my profound love and acceptance for them wherever they are in their life journeys, and my dismay at hearing some of the hateful ways that trans folks have been spoken about tonight and in the larger national debate that has come from this. Things like referring to people's genders, misgendering people, and saying the names that they have chosen no longer to be called by. Like, this is, it may not seem like it to you, but these are really hurtful, really hateful actions to be doing. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and not to my church, but although my church is an open and affirming congregation of the United Church of Christ, a place where we are welcoming all of God's beloved people. But for me, one of the things that's really sustained my faith throughout my life is the diversity of God's creation. Like, just people of different ethnicities, nationalities, gender expressions. The more diverse, the more beautiful, the more better. So I'm just encouraging us to draw the circle wide, to be inclusive and empathetic, and to protect the most vulnerable among us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sean. Tim Grivois.
Good evening, everybody. So I think this is good news. I teach high school civics here. I feel good about that.
I'm going to ask you to give us your name and
My
your
name
town.
is Timothy Grivois, and I am a teacher here at Freeport High School for the last 12 years. Every day I have the privilege of helping young people understand their rights and responsibilities as members of our democracy. And tonight, speaking about Title IX, not as a political issue, but as a fundamental question of equal protection under the law, I'd just like to speak to the way that we have our students think about it. Over the past 50 years, this law has expanded educational opportunities for girls, protected students from sexual harassment, and ensured fairness in many different extracurricular activities. But Title IX is not just about history, it's about our present and our future. It's a living promise that every student, no matter their gender, deserves safety, dignity, and an equal chance to learn. That means that our schools must continue to protect all students, including those who are transgender or non-binary. But as a civics teacher, I remind my students that our Constitution's promise of equal protection is not static. It evolves as we recognize the rights and dignity of more people. That circle that the Reverend was just speaking about was a lot smaller 100 years ago. There are people in this room who would not have enjoyed equal protection 100 years ago. If we go back 200 years, that circle's even smaller. And I encourage everyone, particularly the board that I'm proud to work for, to continue to uphold policies that make that circle larger, not smaller. At Freeport High School, we teach all of your students. We don't expect them to be a certain way or behave a certain way to be deserving of an educational opportunity. They walk into the classroom, we meet them where they are, and we teach them to the best of our ability. And that's why I love working here. It's why I love working for this district. Every student who walks through the doors of Freeport High School should be free from bullying, discrimination, and policies that make them feel unsafe in their own schools. And no students who go here should be forced to justify their own existence. I urge the board to continue to uphold policies that reflect our responsibility to protect our students. That's less about politics, and it's more that every child, irrespective of gender, can learn, grow, and thrive in an environment that upholds their dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Okay. So I think we have everyone that was on our list, so I will just take a quick moment to thank everyone who got up and spoke this evening and spoke from their heart. And I would like to just take a special thanks to all of the students who got up. I know it's someone said they don't like speaking in public. I don't think any of us do, but to do it as a high school student is pretty incredible. So I want to thank you especially for taking the time to do that. So yes, thank you all. Oh, we had one more on the list. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. All of that still holds after this one person speaks.
Hi, I'm Grace. I'm from Freeport, and I want to speak to you today about what a lot of people have been talking about with the Title IX issue. It's been really shocking and appalling to see people from outside of the RSU5 community speak on this issue, because I think this should be an RSU5 community issue. As someone who was born female, identifies as non-binary, it's also really, really painful to see adults who've lived longer than me, parents, speaking about the experience of teenagers and young people and telling us what it should mean for us to be safe. I can't imagine feeling any less safe with my trans and non-binary friends playing alongside me. I was an athlete at Freeport for most of my life, my childhood. And I can't imagine feeling any less safe having my trans and non-binary friends on my side, where they want to be, where they feel welcome and can have fun, and most importantly, feel safe. I do not understand why there are so many people here tonight so insistent that my safety as a girl, as someone born female, should be under their conditions. They do not know about my safety. They do not know about our safety. And I can't remain silent when the rights of women are being conflated with the rights of everyone else. And I believe that we can all work together to work towards a future where we all can feel safe together. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Okay, so we have a full agenda, which we are going to continue to work on, and starting with our budget conversations. So I just want to remind folks you are welcome and encouraged to stay through the whole board meeting. We just ask that as we continue the work of the board, we just ask for folks to remain quiet in the crowd as we move forward with the agenda with, we're going to the report from the superintendent, item 8.
February 24th to 28th is Celebrating Public Schools Week, an annual celebration dedicated to recognizing the transformative power of public education. We honor our exceptional educators and staff who work tirelessly to provide quality education to our students each and every day. We honor our families and caregivers who are champions of their children's education. And we honor our community members who support and partner with us to make our work possible. Celebrating Public Schools Week shines a spotlight on the critical role our public schools play in shaping the future of our communities and our nation. Public education represents opportunity in the shared belief that every child, all children, deserve a chance to learn, grow, belong, and succeed. Number 2, resignations. Jennifer Hayward, FMS Educational Technician. And number 3, we have one new support staff hire, Kathy DeGrandpré, who is going to be our Community Programs Office Coordinator, and we welcome her to the RSU 5 team. And that's the end of my report this evening.
Thank you. So this is where we're going to move up the budget discussion. Yes? Item 12. So we will move on to number 12 in your agenda, unfinished business, budget review. We are going to start with the Region 10 Technical High School.
Good evening. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Great, thank you. My name is Sybil Brewer. I am the business manager at Region 10 Technical High School. Normally, our superintendent director, Sean Shabbat, would be here to present. And unfortunately, well, maybe fortunately for him, he is in Bangor. He is serving our National Guard. So he has asked me to come in his stay. Normally, he would be up here standing tall and comfortable, and I'm going to stand here not tall and not comfortable. So I'll do my best. I am used to being on the bench running the numbers and not running the plays. So as a quintessential football mother, I can try to do my best, and I am quite loud, so I will definitely be able to call an audible. There we go. Got a few laughs. I'm good to go. So our budget is before you, hopefully. It's 2 sheets. We've got a green here, and then the other sheet is our budget drivers. I'm going to try to make this as brief as possible. Obviously, I'm not comfortable behind the mic. So for our background, we entered all of our gathered data for the initial budget entry, and that was a little over $363,000 more than the previous year. It was an 8.99% increase. So we talked with our finance committee and discussed their vision on what they felt was a favorable budget to bring forth. And they had given us some information, and our superintendent director made adjustments, which resulted in a little over $103,000 removed from the initial entry of the budget. The adjusted budget was presented to our full cooperative board on Monday night. After some discussion, there was a motion to adjust the funding, which was removed, which resulted in $6,100 being added back to our adjusted draft budget. So the budget you have in front of you shows all of those changes. So our proposed budget for FY26 for Region 10 is $4,312,957. It is a 6.59% increase from the previous year. We also have our revenues. We do have a new program starting next year. It is called the Engineering and Architectural Design Program. And so that you'll notice that we do have more funding from the state, and that is the reason why. And then our breakdown for the assessments, the local share, you'll see that Freeport rides in at $307,645. It is an increase of $17,978 at a 6.21% increase. Our budget drivers, which is the second page. Our salaries for teachers and ed techs and our 2 custodians are actually a blended rate of all 3 schools. Because of that, we wait for our we wait for the contracts to be negotiated. We have 2 open contracts for teachers this year, so we had to kind of look ahead and see possibly what it could be. We did put those in as an estimated 6%, 6%. And then we also have our one new program, which is a higher step to hopefully attract for that design program. And we also have a 4% increase for our nurse. The ed techs have a 4% increase. They're also in contracts for blended salaries. And our admin salaries are at a 4% increase. Our assistant director, John Stivers, who's here tonight, is actually going to retire at the end of the year. So we have used the blended rate of our assistant principals at all 3 sending schools to work on that vacancy salary. We have our non-contract salaries at 4%, and then our custodians are at, their contract increase is also at the blended rate. We had 1 open contract, so we put that at 6%, and then a 4% increase for our maintenance foreman. Obviously, our salaries run most of our budget. Then the other budget drivers, as you can see, we have an 8% estimated increase for our benefits. We have our main paid family leave at 0.5% for the full year. JMG, Jobs for Maine Graduates, this is their 3rd year with us, and after the 2nd year, we had a contract with them, which was half of their normal contracted rate. This year, at the 3rd year, we have to pay the full, so that is obviously a driver. And then we have we have a new collaboration with Maine Maritime Academy and BIW, and we are going to hold our new program over at the Wayfair building with collaboration with Maine Maritime. So that is the 1 class. That's obviously an increase for our budget. And then our Honeywell maintenance agreement for our HVAC system, it's now aging, it's 5 years old, so we have moved that to a comprehensive service, and that also is a driver. So that's our full breakdown. The total budget in the last 3 years for RSU 5, our portion of your district budget has been only 0.70%. So we've stayed at that for the last 3 years. So at that, I was wondering if anybody had any questions.
Thank you. Questions for the Region 10 budget? Maura.
Thank you so much, Sybil, for this information. Do you know offhand the 103 that you said 1,000 that was removed, and then the 6,100 that was added back?
Yes.
I apologize if I missed this, but what that was?
You wanted to know what it was? It was actually program field trips. That was one of the things that we had discussed, and the board felt that that was an paramount piece of the student enrichment. So it was put back in the budget.
So the whole 100,000 wasn't field trips?
No.
Okay.
No, just the $6,100 that the board asked to be put back.
Okay.
The rest of the amount, obviously, we look through the budget. One of the bigger things that we did was look at 3-year costs, and we worked very hard to kind of make sure that we weren't taking away from programs to make it harder for them, but we also made sure that if, within 3 years, if things weren't spent, we kind of looked at it with a very fine-tooth comb and made sure that we were making the right adjustments.
Great. I had one question on the increased subsidy for the new program.
Yes.
So is that a sustained subsidy over time, or is that a one-time to get you up and running? Is that used for equipment purchases? Like how does that work?
So usually, from what I understand from the state, is that the first year of our new program, it's usually 3 years that we get influx of money to start that program. And then after that third year, yes, it does come down from there, but we also then have that in the system with a new teacher. And so that also helps our EPS. But the first 3 years, yes, they do give us a slight influx to help that program get off the ground.
Okay, great. Thank you. Other questions on Region 10? Thank
All
you.
right. Great. Thank you
wait.
very much.
Hold on. Before you leave, Colin has something.
Yes.
Sybil, you did an amazing job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next we have Freeport Middle. And I believe Paige is presenting for us this evening.
Got another sub up at bat here. Good evening. Thanks for having me here to present the proposed Freeport Middle School budget tonight.
I'm going to ask you to move the mic up a little bit closer.
Sorry, I'm tall.
I know. We move it up and down. And
Yeah, there we go. My name is Dr. Paige Fournier. I'm the assistant principal at Freeport Middle, and I'm here to present on behalf of Principal St. Pierre. I want to thank you all for the hard work that you do to support the amazing teaching and learning that occurs here in RSU 5. So thanks. In looking at last year's budget, additional days were added to the assistant principal position. It's kind of funny for me to be talking about that, but here I am. Thanks for that. It gave valuable work time outside of the busy school year, and that was helpful in preparing for the coming year, particularly with lots of changes at Freeport Middle this year. The 25-26 FMS budget reflects a focus on reducing expenditures while maintaining our commitment to delivering a rich educational experience for all students. As you can see in the workshop presentation, the first reduction mentioned is the retirement position. While this retirement position is currently filled by a 7th grade science teacher, I want to ensure the board and the community that science will remain a content in all grade levels at FMS. Science has been an important focus, lots of hard work and dedication by teachers for many years, and it's evident in our strong main science assessment scores, integrating hands-on learning experiences within our community, and these experiences are valued in our current model and will continue to be facets at FMS in the coming year. STEM has also been a rich component of our science-based experience at FMS, and as we look beyond the budget decisions, we'll be creative and collaborative in our approach to ensure that these rich experiences continue. The second reduction indicated in the workshop presentation is the teacher position, currently filled by a few part-time positions. These positions service grade level, specific grade levels in ELA and math, and the class sizes are indicated that will be impacted on the second chart that you have in front of you. It's complicated to look at the calculations for class sizes when we're not looking at a K-5. It's not like a 3rd grade or a 4th grade. It's a lot of moving parts to this, and it can be tricky to determine. So we're in the early stages of planning for next year, and so some of the variables that we're looking at that could impact these are the schedule, the adult support, the small groups that might be pulled out of that. So those would all be sort of like picture chess pieces moving around to ensure that we're keeping an eye on the thresholds and appropriate programming for each of the cohorts and their needs. Thoughtful planning to address all 3 grade levels will be important, as well as flexible approach to staffing. We're also proposing the reduction of a general ed tech. This position has been unfilled all year. Unfortunately, it's been challenging to hire ed techs. I do want to mention that we have been able to fill all the special ed tech positions with really strong candidates, and that's been really beneficial for some of the students that have significant needs in our building. As far as the staffing adjustments to the budget, in the RTI position, it is currently filled by 2 teachers. The shift would be to 1 teacher in a position to support students across the building and the grade levels. This would allow the educator to be at team meetings across grade levels, support students with a continuum of services, and lead the MTSS structures in our building. Happy to answer questions or anything that you might have.
Beth. I'll start with thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, sorry, a little
Yes,
nervous.
thank you very much. I was just, my first question, we'll just start with this. Why the budget neutral adjustment with the half-time ELA and half-time RTI math? With it being budget neutral, and we've heard from people that are concerned that that would not be a good idea. So I'm wondering, what is the justification on your end of that?
Yeah, so I can speak to what we're talking about, what I mentioned before. The idea, I think, is consistency across the building with 2 part-time people. That is a little bit more challenging depending on when they arrive at school or being able to attend all meetings. So they'd be embedded in the building all day. And so as we've done with some of the coaching, that like I was a previous coach that was not specific to a content. We've also done that kind of approach where they're generalized versus like a specific to a content.
And I think I'll just jump in with the other piece of, I think Beth's question as well. Beth, you were asking like it's budget neutral, so why is it here for the board? I think that was for the middle school one to be transparent about their thinking for next year. That's why it's on this budget.
Kara?
Thank you, Dr. Fournier.
I don't usually use that. They're here in tonight for you all.
This must be really hard. No, like being told that the budget's going to be really tight and that cuts need to be made, and so I want to recognize that for all of the programs, and I also I'm curious how it was decided that these were the positions that were to be cut. How science was the position that was one of the was a chosen position to be cut in particular, and
yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'll start with that.
I know. Sorry, I'm sort of here as a spokesperson, but I'm happy to answer. Like, been there for a long time, have a lot of historical knowledge about how we value science, and it's been a focus for us, and it will continue to be. But the process.
I'm happy to jump in with that answer. And you're right, Carrie, it's certainly a difficult budget year. We were looking at every program at each school, but also as an administrator, we've mentioned before, as an administrative team level as well, what we might do. And I think as the middle school was looking at their, certainly as we had some retirements coming, and they're looking at the number of students, they're looking at programming, they're looking at, some equity of programming, that made sense that position would be reduced because there were 5 folks and through some restructuring that kids would still continue to receive a high quality education in both STEM and science. So that's where they landed on that particular position.
So can you say more about how the students will continue to receive that education between both STEM and science? And
so that's where the creative planning is going to come.
And what the plan is for the creative planning is my next question.
So we would have had a scheduling committee meeting this week, but without Principal St. Pierre, we didn't hold that. So there's some flexibility in how we look at things, as other schools have talked about, particularly like Durham is talking about, looking at how you service students with unified arts or with varied scheduling. So the core of science being at every grade level would be the start. How we focus on STEM could be like STEM teachers at various times of the day or servicing multiple grade levels if it went that way. It could be, it's like a matrix that we'll have to build when we know what the numbers really are, and probably start contingency of like how we could build STEM at every grade level in this way, or focusing on numbers so class sizes and thresholds meet where we all feel comfortable for that cohort, because each cohort's needs can vary too. So I know that's not a direct answer.
Could I ask sort of a follow-up question on that?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to ensure, both for myself and for folks watching, every child at Freeport Middle School will get both science and STEM, correct?
They do now.
They do now, right?
Yes.
I understand that. But the intention is that will continue.
I would assume we would try to do that. We're so early in this. I haven't been a part of all of those conversations. I mean, if they're part of a unified art, then that would be a possibility. If we prioritize it at a grade level, it may fall that way too. It would depend how we look at those things.
And I mean, I don't mean every day, right? Like they don't need science
and that's what I
and
mean.
STEM
And so-
every day.
Right.
But those
They
would
don't
be part of the
currently get it every
curriculum.
day, depending on how each grade level does it. So this is the thing. We've built like so many different schedules. We're actually famous for having a variety of different schedules. Each grade level has a different schedule and a model that's specific to the needs. So 6th graders at our school have, hex semesters, so 6 weeks of things, and they may not have STEM during that 6-week span. Whereas in 7th grade, it might be they do trimesterly times. And so they may move through things in different time frames. So there are lots of creative ways to do these things. The idea would be that every grade level would get access to STEM and science. And making that happen, though, if you prioritized some different need, you might have it be that one grade level gets more than another grade level. So does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that sort of, yes. That starts my understanding. Yep.
And if I could just add one other thing, Paige, is that at the middle school you have your committee of scheduling. It's also that there are teachers at the table and having a voice in those scheduling decisions.
Yes.
Kara, I'm gonna, and then we'll jump back to you. So I saw Danielle first, and then we'll go to Anna.
So my kids went to Durham, and I'm just a little confused how the science and STEM thing works at Freeport currently. So I was just hoping you can explain it, because at Durham it evolved from when my daughter was there to when my son was there, to where it was STEM was considered a special. So they had it once a week, and then then later it went to every 5 or 6 weeks, if I'm correct, every 6 weeks. I can't count my specials. So I'm just wondering how it works now, so that I can kind of envision how you're gonna move this, because science is every day at Durham Community School. So you say it could not be maybe at Freeport. So I'm just kind of wondering where we are now.
Yeah.
Please,
so
thank you.
And this is where you almost need a whiteboard. Like, it's complicated at each grade level.
Will, would you like to
I know.
get up and?
I know.
He does a good
So
chart for us, because we never understand these things.
So picture there's language arts, math, science, social studies, and STEM are offerings, and how each grade level at our school hits those offerings varies. So in 6th grade, there's hex semesters. So a student for 6 weeks might have ELA, math, social studies, and STEM. And then the next 6 weeks, they would maybe have a different rotation of science, social studies, and STEM. So it's 6-week switches. In the 7th grade, they'll have 2 out of the 3 trimesters, they'll have STEM. So it's the same ordering of like a switch of science, social studies, and STEM that rotates, but it's trimestrally. In 8th grade, it's every 3 days. So it's a 3-day rotation. So it's bananas when you look at a schedule altogether, but that's how they've programmed. And that's been driven by 6th graders need consistency every single day. Having them flow through 3 different schedules, a 3-day rotation, we found was really hard. Whereas having the same teachers all day, every day, in this for 6-week span was helpful. In 7th grade, there's a lot of autonomy in like how we've been looking at these like team needs too. So teams felt like that was the best way they could program. And I would envision that we would get creative in the same ways. Cohorts have specific needs. Teams know what they can provide and how they provide them. And then sometimes they get even more creative on how they do those things with flex blocks of time where they're building in a whole different schedule and having extended periods where they'll immerse in something.
Anna?
Thank you. I'm new to the
You probably want to get closer to your mic.
Okay.
Closer than you think you need to be.
How's this? Okay. Thank you. I'm obviously new to the board, so this is all new for me, but I think what was concerning me the most is all the communications we got directly from teachers at Freeport Middle School that I would think know their students the best. And we're talking veteran teachers here who've, have a lot of experience working with kids and talking about how a lot of kids are entering the middle school with unidentified learning disabilities and huge challenges. We heard from a teacher tonight about more kids experiencing trauma in her 35 years of teaching. And I'm hearing a lot of it's going to be creative scheduling and planning, and I know this is obviously a really difficult budget year. But I guess in my naivete as a new board member, is there any other way that it just seems like I'm just concerned that these staff reductions are going to really hurt the most vulnerable students? And I guess wondering if you are concerned about that at all, or if you feel like there's any other way that this could move forward.
I was a special ed teacher for 20 years of self-contained students of the most vulnerable population we have. And of course, it keeps us all up at night. That's why we do the things we do. So the level of concern that we have though, I think if we can be creative in the way that we move things around, we can meet the needs of students. I do think to acknowledge it's challenging work. It always is. And our staff is amazing though. And the things that they do are amazing. And we, I think an RTI position, I'm glad that that's not moving, that we have that still, because that is vital work. So that being, it's a shift. But if that was going to be cut, that would be a worry. We're still going to have some of that person who's overseeing all of those things. And that's really the work that needs to be done.
I can, maybe this is a question for our finance director, but I know basically what the full-time teacher amount is in the budget. What is the, just because I'm looking for a dollar amount that the reductions equal out to. So we have 2 full-time teachers, which we budget for 108 each, 104. And then what is the general ed tech position budgeted at? Okay, thank you.
So just to clarify on the ed tech position, because we did hear some feedback both in letters and I think even some folks tonight had mentioned the importance of maintaining the ed techs that we have at the school because they're helping with absenteeism and which has obviously been a goal and a focus for all the schools in the district. Well, every year, but particularly this year when we were seeing numbers that were concerning. My understanding is the position that we're looking to not fill has not been filled. So we are not displacing, we're not taking away someone that's currently in the building. This is basically saying we had a spot that we couldn't fill, so we're not going to collect the money to pay for someone we can't hire anyway. Is that an accurate assessment? Okay. So we're not cutting anybody who's doing this good work.
One we need to hire after tomorrow. So
say that again.
You saw the resignation. We actually we'll have 2 unfilled. Right. So.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly, that what the proposal here isn't to eliminate someone in a position, but to just not fill a position or not re-up a position that we haven't been able to fill.
Correct.
Okay. Maura.
Thank you, Dr. Fournier. Appreciate you filling in in Amy's absence. Could you speak to the impact of the absence of having somebody in that unfilled position?
It's been the way that we've used ed techs, we have been targeting some really awesome work around re-entering students when they've been absent and making them feel wrapped up in their supports through some of these positions, but what they've been used for has varied year to year. So there was initially they'd be at grade level connected, I think was the initial thought behind some of those things. They've morphed into more of where are their strengths of areas of people, what are their skill sets, and then that's how all those positions kind of go, is where and ed tech might be placed in what the roles they do, but that specific unfilled one, it wasn't like, I'm not positive what it was aligned for, like the specific, it's not like it was a science teacher or something specific. Ed techs, we sort of build the programming as the needs arise.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And how many ed techs do we currently have, I guess, without the one who just resigned?
That's tricky too, because we have some part-time ed techs
Okay. Oh,
as
okay.
well. So some of the positions we're talking about, there's like a part-time ed tech connected to like a section of a teaching role. So,
And Jean's telling me we have it
Okay.
in our handbook, so I can refer to that.
the actual
Yes,
number.
so on page, for folks in your budget handbook, on page 5, we did a breakdown for regular ed and special education at each school, how many there are there. So at Freeport Middle School, for gen ed, there are 4.3 there. And we didn't, the special, as you notice, we did a whole total there because they're they oftentimes text move with the student. For example, we have a middle school, a big population of middle school that went to the high school, then there might be a tech that will move there. So we did those for special education, the total number, but for the gen ed techs, we did them by school.
And that 4.3 includes the unfilled position.
Yes.
So the
Yes.
3.3. So
Would
right
be-
now, as of tomorrow, after this resignation, we have 2.3 actually in the building. But hopefully we'll get back up to 3.3 and replace that. Okay.
But as you said, that's more individuals because it's made up of pieces
It's
of
that
positions.
weird point because it's like, yeah, there's some part-time positions that have some teaching bits and some ed tech bits.
Right. Okay, gotcha. And I just have one last question about that ed tech piece. Is there typically like a ratio? So I know we have the ratio, like the class sizes, but do we have a staffing ratio for ed techs to student population, or does it depend on need?
Particularly in gen ed, because general ed techs, because they can be utilized in a variety of ways. And so it's sort of school dependent on many of those decisions. Like I say, like some are using RTIB things, some are using it in like what we're doing, supporting cohorts of students in a variety of ways. So yeah, they could be in a classroom embedded. There's been a lot of that in our school, co-teaching or servicing students, pulling them out. It could be that they're meeting individually with students for like structured studies, or the cool program that we've been doing this year that was referenced was if a student's been out for more than say 3 days, an ed tech will help collect work with that student for a couple of blocks, get them back on track. So it's not that barrier of feeling overwhelmed when you've been out, which we found was a big factor in absenteeism for students. It's overwhelming to see the list of things. And so that's been a really awesome thing that's happened this year in our building. But we haven't always done that.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go back to Kara because I know I cut off her list earlier.
So I have 2 questions, but I can try to stick to one. Following up on the ed tech piece, do we know how long that position's been vacant? Was it filled the year prior?
We had a person in that position that was shifted actually to a special education role at one point because that was the priority for that, but we haven't had that particular position filled all year.
Okay, and when was that listing for the position removed? Like, has that been up all along and available for people to apply to?
It has, and I'm
or-
looking at Kelly because I don't know when that was taken down or not. Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly when that was, but we've had difficulty, as you know, finding ed techs, and the district's priority is filling those special ed techs as well, because though by law we're required to fulfill students' IEP, so that's sort of where we had some there for a little bit, and they shifted to special ed because that's what where the need was.
Can I ask my other question? Okay, thank you. Going back to the creative planning piece, I think I'd like to hear more about the plan for that. You mentioned something about you once you have the numbers, like student numbers, you'll be able to do that. Can you say more about how important that part is, or is it just a matter of like, this is going to be really hard? Creativity might not actually meet the students' needs. I'm concerned about that.
It's going to be different. it's going to be different for us to look at it this way. And so being creative means all of us, we met as a staff today, and I talked about us, meeting in team meetings, not just in our scheduling committee team meeting, because there are thoughts. I think people are daunted by the idea of like a scheduling committee, because that's like the structure of building like times and structures in Power School feels like, not my cup of tea. Whereas I have ideas about how we can have students have touch points on really important things that we believe in. And so I envision it, and I can't speak to what Amy envisions it as, because, we've talked some about this, but as we've been moving through, it would be like, what do we value? How is this cohort going to do the best with the things? And then what are their needs? Like in 6th grade, like I said, we decided that having STEM every single day, it was better to have a consistent schedule with the same teachers. That was what we found worked best. And so it'll be that same creative process of looking at how we can make sure that students are getting STEM and science. But the answer to that is we're still in the developing stages of that.
So and maybe it's too early to say the answer to this, but do you guys envision fewer minutes of those content areas, or is it how they're delivered or when they're delivered is different? So, I guess I always think of with fewer teachers and the same number of kids, we either have more kids in the room or we have fewer minutes to less kids in the room. So I guess I'm interested to hear if, one, I'm completely off in how I'm looking at it, or two, which of those two is kind of where everybody's head's at this point.
Right. I honestly don't know how we're going to do all of that. There's all kinds of schedules that have an A-B schedule where you could have, like I was saying, like some teacher could be teaching multiple grade levels. Like there's lots of different things. Investigating other districts' kind of schedules and approaches to that as well, I'm sure will be part of that process. We haven't met as that team yet, so I'm not positive. But
and I know it's different because Durham only has one sort of set of each content area, but the idea of teams and running it the same way, is that a possibility, or is that, no, it doesn't work for us because of?
No, it's been something we've considered for a long time. As a special ed teacher, it was tricky to have 3 different schedules, but we also are like a really flexible school. We're small enough that we've been able to make lots of different things work and adapt. This year it's been wonderful because so many of our students, the special ed staff has been co-teaching. Much of their program is happening in a co-teaching model, and so flexibility around those things also impact schedules, like GT, part-time teachers, like all of these things like also impact scheduling. And so to say it's complicated is like just not enough to say, but yeah, I think we can get creative with the way that we do these things.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, we recently had the opportunity to visit the middle school, which was really great. And we got to see you and some of your students. Yeah. So thank you so much for that. Yeah. And I had the impression from Amy that this scheduling, so please correct me if I'm wrong, regardless of whether these positions stay in place or not, this scheduling committee is going to take place, and you're going to look at changing the schedule at the middle school. Is that correct?
I would assume that changes would be made.
Okay. That scheduling changes will be made. Okay. I just wanted to clarify, because when we had talked about that,
I wasn't there for that. So I'm not sure how
sorry.
That was my understanding as well, is that there would, regardless of what happened here, that there was folks that said we really need to look at the schedule.
Okay.
And that there would be teacher involvement in that schedule.
Okay.
Was my understanding.
Okay. That was what I was wondering, that the schedule committee wasn't necessarily driven by the staffing changes, but that it might happen regardless of whether the board.
Like I say, we've changed the schedule lots of years in a row.
Yeah.
Lots.
Yeah.
So that is like a flex that we're in. Yeah.
Great. I had some questions about the RTI too, unless you want to take some.
my questions are about the RTI. So I'm wondering how many, and I understand you might not know the exact numbers, and maybe this is something you can get to us, but you're taking 2 positions into one. Is that one RTI person going to be overloaded with now supporting students on both sides and with 2 different subjects? And is there a limit to, again, you can only have 20 cases? I don't know. So I guess that's part of my other part of the question.
So it's 2.5 positions that would be mushed into one. So the impact wouldn't necessarily, the amount of students that they would service would be similar. Was that one of your questions?
Yes, but if there's 30 math kids and there's 30 English kids, right? It's English. That's now 60 kids for one person. Is that too much? Is that really fair to the kids?
Yeah, so we looked at, so the thing about RTI instruction too is that it's typically in like 6-week stints that we're looking at students as needs arise. And that's driven by data, that's driven by teacher recommendations, parent concerns, all of these different factors. Each grade level, the needs might vary as well. So there's between 6 and 9 students coming from Mass Landing. That again, when I reached out to Emily, that can vary too, depending on, you're hoping they're growing and getting out of that MTSS system and just not needing the services once they've gotten the intervention. At the middle level, it's varied. So sometimes teachers are pulling students from the beginning of a math block and giving them a pump up sort of, or like a pre-teach. Sometimes the RTI model is that they're pulling them out for a structured study. Sometimes they're meeting them at BCS and providing that. So the numbers are tricky to understand, like who's being serviced. Currently there's 5 students in RTI ELA in our building as far as the pullout that they're getting. But there are also other classes that are addressing things with supports. So RTI is like a complicated framework of how we service students and the services that we provide. So picture 6 weeks, there might be 10 students that are getting something. And then the next 6 weeks, it might be there's 4 left that still require those, but the other 6 are exiting because all they needed was a boost. The one person would be overseeing that though. I think the vision is sort of to embed in team meetings, give some support. We're starting that work on identifying students, setting goals, and then tracking that with teachers as well. And so that teacher could oversee that as well.
Just thinking also about the RTI shuffle around, and thinking about the comment that we heard around being specialized in the math area and then being specialized in the ELA area, and is it common to find somebody that's specializes in both of those areas? Like, do you think this is going to be I understand like the consistency argument, but I just also get concerned about the actual instruction.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping for that dynamo that you get. I mean, I can't speak to who that person would be or what it would look like. Lots of the approaches to RTI are sort of like you're identifying skills, you're using some pre-assessment, whether you're an expert in that or not. And then you're focusing on the skills that pre-assessment is identifying, and you're targeting them for the next 6 weeks. That's why lots of times ed techs are highly involved in that process too, because they aren't necessarily like an expert in all of these content places, but they can still give the supports that we're identifying. That student needs a check-in, they need a frequent, they need a chart, they need prompting to this, they need some basic skill building around those things. And so it just can vary so greatly.
I'm going to jump back to Maura's question while we're still talking about RTI.
Thanks. Please forgive me. Could you say the part about the ed tech support again in coordination with RTI?
Yeah, so that's another way that we've used ed techs. So ed techs general ed have done that side of work. I know other buildings have, they've identified someone as like, say, an RTIB or an RTIA, like academic or behavioral. And so some of that work is students might need assistance with writing or initiating the writing task or something. And so currently some of the ed techs that we even have do that, or they carry over work, or they support teachers in their RTI work.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Thank you. That's helpful. And also, forgive me if we have this information already, but how many folks do we have that provide RTI?
We have the
Just
two.
the two?
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So it is the two moving
Yep.
into one, and that's it. There's no one else. Okay.
Right.
I guess I'm also thinking of folks who provide differentiated instruction, but maybe that's different position embedded in other positions.
Yeah. How we, right? I mean, the goal is that everybody's differentiating all the time, and that the more our teachers are, that was some of the work that that I did as a coach too, was focusing on giving all teachers resources and things in their toolbox so they can differentiate. So how we differentiate for our students, our teachers are great at that, and we're always exploring new ways to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But the RTI is like a much more identified sort of process that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. I know this is not a deliberation, but I just feel I feel concerned about these cuts, and I think we've heard a lot from the community about this, and we've heard concerns about the level of services already provided to students at the middle school, and I think we've heard concerns about students' needs being met. So I guess I'll just say, if we're, I already have a sense from that there are some families who feel their students are not receiving the services that and supports that they need. So it concerns me to have even further cuts. I think if I already had the sense, so I just wanted to bring up that feedback that we had gotten, and I don't know if you want to speak to that at all, Dr. Fournier, but if I already had the sense that folks were saying, oh, I feel like we're getting really robust supports in the school, I would be less, I'd be more open to this, but yes, I guess that's all.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly chat about that more on the deliberation side. I think, very rarely do we get an email that goes, "You're doing a great job. Thanks for that." I mean, it's just a different type of communication that we get. I mean, we heard people today get up and say, "My kids have gotten a fantastic education here. Thank you so much." Right? So, I mean, it's all sort of anecdotal that way, but I certainly noted to obviously part of the conversation. Did I see more hands up over here? No, I'm going to move back this way. Questions for you guys? I had a question, and maybe I misheard you. Did you say that 2.5 positions were going into one position?
No, 2.5.
2.5. Pause. Half. Okay, got it. Thank you.
2.5.
I was like, where's the other half position? Yeah. Okay. Was part of that idea around the RTI? It's an interesting one for me because obviously it's budget neutral, so it's really about the delivery of instruction, which is a little more, administrator driven and less board driven because it's not a finance question. But I know in the past few years we have moved our strategists away from literary strategists, math strategists, to just instructional strategists. Mm-hmm. I was curious if this move was kind of in alignment with that or separate from that. Do you know?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. I guess I'll turn and look at Jean and ask Jean if
I think that's certainly, a good analogy that we did just that this past year, change our strategists to they're not specific for math or ELA. They're looking at the total picture, and I think the piece of this is what, the thought behind this was also to look at the total child and the total child's needs.
And I know historically we have oftentimes struggled to fill half-time positions. It sounds like that's not a challenge right now. We have folks in both of those two half-time positions that seem very, very happy with those positions. So, I mean, that was just another thing in the back of my head around, you know, people's life circumstances change. People come, people go. We see it all the time on our agendas. I was also wondering if this was sort of in place to say, you know, it's hard to find a half-time people if there's ever a transition. I know in the past we've had that issue as a board where we couldn't fill half-time positions, and you know, a full-time position is an easier position to fill. I don't know. I'm sort of, this is an interesting one. I was curious. We've talked a fair amount about the science and the STEM and the delivery. I'm definitely interested in hearing, you know, in terms of other information we'd like to have. I guess I would like to know, and I guess it also applies to the ELA and the math, but we've kind of seen differing numbers in our chart, right? So our chart says the range, the class size range with the proposed levels is basically 18 to 21, which is the target for 6 to 8, threshold being 24. But then we also heard some feedback that that's maybe not an accurate assessment of what the classes would look like. And I'm not sure how we would know that yet because you guys haven't done that scheduling work. But I guess I would just want to see if there's any clarification or, you know, is there misunderstanding when we're seeing, you know, numbers coming in that no, the classes would be 24 and up, because that, for me, that's a very different discussion than, you know, 18 to 21.
So,
Go ahead,
like,
Paige.
yeah, so say, and this is why it's still in the matrix, but 6th and 7th grade is the bigger cohorts, right? So those are the ones that really we need to look at. But say you aligned a STEM teacher with just those two, and that wouldn't work because we wouldn't be hitting it in 8th. So we'd want to get more creative in thinking around that. But if we did that, the class sizes would be like 19, 20, 23, or 22. So that would be more within the threshold that we're talking about. You're right. If we didn't do that, and we just had 4 content, we're back to like our whiteboard where we're doing like these 4, that would be beyond that. And so it's something that we just wouldn't want to do if it was like a cohort that couldn't handle that at 20, particularly if it was like 25.
Right.
So,
and right now, do we have 3 STEM teachers and 3 science teachers?
We do.
Oh, wow.
So it's a lot cleaner, right?
Right. So it's easy to just align.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Durham, we have a STEM teacher for pre-K 12, pre-K 8.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay. There's a lot of moving parts.
Yes.
We'll start with Maura, and then we'll go to Danielle.
Thanks, Michelle. I don't think we've touched on the reduction of the 0.75 ELA teacher yet and the 0.25 math teacher. Could you speak to that in depth a little more?
It's the same as us talking about these like class sizes. You know, they were bits of things that were attached to different like grade levels. So there's a 0.25 ELA teacher in 6th, 0.25 ELA in math, and then a 0.5 ELA in 7 and 8. And so you're looking at class sizes, that's sort of where it correlates to it.
That will be the main impact. Is
Yeah,
the class,
that is
in
a
the
bit
class
more
sizes.
like in that K-5 kind of approach where you're talking about other reductions that we've talked about in the district. It's that same kind of feel.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
So now I have 2 questions. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I just like to know the number of teachers. So for the middle school, you have 3 STEM, 3 science. How many ELA currently then?
So this is where it gets weird again, right? So we have 3, and then there's some of these extra things. So there's a 0.25 in 6th. There's a teacher that teaches one core, like one class of English in 6th. there's a teacher that teaches one class of English in 7 and one class of English in 8.
Is that the same person?
Nope.
Okay.
2 different people.
So then I'm sure you know my next question. How many in math?
Yeah, so math is even trickier because there's an accelerated math teacher who is shared with Durham. So there's a 0.5 there. And then there's some GT as well. And there's a 0.5 in 6th. So a 0.25, which is one core class. So there's, so in 6th, there's a GT class, or an accelerated math class, and another core class on top of the math classes that are already happening. And then in 7 and 8, there's accelerated math for 7 and 8 on top of the regular core teacher.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
kind of. I know. This is where it's really complicated with all of our part-time folks and how they service.
Got it. So then my real question that I'd raised my hand for was, I think there was mention of the minimal amount of substitutes out there, right? And that some of these part-time people, like and I hate to say part-time, but the 0.5 RTI people were providing some of that support with substituting. Do we think we're going to lose that?
So that was from it's from the ed tech. I mean, on a tough sub day, like today I was 2 teachers in the morning and then another teacher later, like the first 2 blocks until we got a sub. I mean, it's all hands on deck. So yes, subs can be challenging to find. And so it can be like block by block. We've had teachers cover during their prep and get paid for that too. So that's where that comes from. Yeah, the sub, it continues to be something that's an issue.
Have we grilled Paige enough? Do we have more questions? I mean, I'm sure we will, but.
Yeah. Thank you.
Kelly has a question.
I just wanted to.
Yeah.
She probably has the ed tech dollar amount question.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to respond to that. We had originally toyed with 104, so sorry. It's actually 102,000 per teacher. And it's 48,600, and that's not just salary. I just want to remind everybody that is like the true cost of the teacher. That's salary and benefits and payroll taxes and all those types of things. So we use those those numbers for when we budgeted. If we were to add, those were the numbers to use, and then as we take away, those are the numbers we use as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I don't know who's next. Who's next? Transportation. Jeremy, the gentleman walking to the microphone.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Arsenault, the interim transportation director. The budgetary requests for the transportation department focus on ensuring students are transported to school and programming safely. Staffing adjustments to budget in FY25, reduction of 2 school year driving positions that had remained unfilled. Staffing adjustments to budget in FY26, mechanic position not funded. Other significant FY26 requests in budget in need, supplies, equipment, etc. Fleet maintenance, purchased repairs and supplies, $40,204. Bus replacement lease adjustment, $4,338. The implementation of vehicle and equipment replacement plan, phase 1, which includes a 3-year lease purchase, $163,662. Superintendent's recommendation is to offset with undesignated fund balance. The phase 1 of the vehicle and equipment plan includes the following replacements: transportation, 2 buses, 2 student vans, maintenance, 1 grounds truck, 1 mower/tractor, miscellaneous other field maintenance equipment.
Okay. Sorry, I was writing down. 2 student vans. Okay. I have this tendency to write half a thought, and then when I look at it later, I'm like, I have no idea what I meant. Sorry about that. So So thank you, Jeremy. My question around the mechanic piece is essentially the mechanic piece and the purchase, repairs, and supplies sort of an offset for each other. Like we haven't found a mechanic necessarily. So
haven't
without that
successfully
mechanic,
found
we would basically just send out the repairs.
Correct.
Okay.
I feel like we ask you every time we see you, but how are we doing for our bus drivers?
We've actually gained a new one. Started last week.
So are
we did lose one. It's 1 for 1, but
Okay, so are we?
sorry.
So are we?
We're still in progress, yes.
So we're
Working
still
diligently.
looking for how many?
We're still looking for, I think we have 2 full-time, 3. If you have any friends, family, I got applications.
I'm a school board member. I can't do it, right?
Right.
But he said friends, if you have friends.
Right.
I have a family member.
Oh. Yeah. If Rich cannot drive a bus. Yeah. Anyone who's seen Jean park in the parking lot knows where she doesn't get to drive the bus. It's true. He says, I'm not saying a word. Other questions for Jeremy?
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a good
you.
night.
All right. So I think nutrition. Erica.
So did you guys eat dinner before this, or no?
Just eat the cookies.
Yeah.
I love that the nutrition person made sure we were eating our dinner. Thank you for that.
It's important. So staying consistent with previous year's budget reports, our program is in a good spot. We are continuing to feed a high volume of students every day, over 217,000 meals this year, to be exact, so far. Participation rates across the district are leveling out and starting to find their place. This is the first year in a few years that the program hasn't seen massive spikes in our meal counts, but as you know, student enrollment across the district this year compared to last year is a little bit lower. A couple of FY25 stats so far. Our average monthly operating expenses are about $157,000, up about $33,000 comparatively to this time last year. Food expenses are a major contributing factor for that. If you've been in a grocery store recently and seen the price of eggs, I'm sure you understand why. Our average breakfast participation in the district is about 38%, and lunch participation is around 65%. Looking at staffing for school year 26, as you can see in the workshop, there are no changes to positions or staffing hours for next year. We are adequately staffed based on this year's meal counts, and we do still have an open position at the high school, which is sat open all year. Additionally, if we were to see a cut in our federal funding, we would likely expect to see a drop in meal participation, which wouldn't warrant an upward increase to staff hours. We'll see where that goes. Budget for next year, the nutrition program is requesting $139,000 or so from the general fund, which is a decrease of about 25% from the $185,000 or so in school year 25. This is due to the continued success of the program. We are serving literal truckloads of local food. Apples are coming in weekly from an orchard in Leamington. I personally picked up fish, Maine fish caught right off the coast here in Portland through the Fishermen Feeding Mainers program. I've pledged our program to participate in the DOE Maine Harvest of the Month, which is a campaign that promotes the use of seasonally available local products in our schools. Each month is highlighting a different harvest, local potatoes, root vegetables, Maine protein, dairy products, to name a few. This is all to say that, rest assured, a decrease in local contribution does not mean we are starting to serve Twinkies to our students during lunches. The nutrition program is in a great spot financially. Even with that decrease, we can still operate at the same level to serve our students food that meets or exceeds the requirements for nutrition standards. And let me just say that it is challenging to build a budget and make predictions for our program with this impending no more free meals cloud kind of looming over us. But as of right now, there have not been any changes to our federal funding. And regardless of these changes, if they were to come to fruition, our students would still be served nutritious, well-balanced school meals every day. As things change and evolve, we would come up with solutions to continue doing what we do best, which is serving healthy meals to our students. That's all I have.
Phoebe.
So I pretty much every day get lunch at school, which is saying something because I have the ability to leave and go get lunch at home or somewhere in town. But this year, the changes that I've seen here at the high school and the school lunch have been amazing. I'm vegetarian, and before the options for me were salad or Uncrustable, which I'm a growing girl, so I need good stuff. But now there's always a vegetarian option of the main dish. Today there was veggie nuggets. And when we have the breakfast for lunch, there's veggie sausage. That's my favorite brand too, and it's so good. And I also so thank you for that, because it is a lot better than Uncrustables, even though those are good too. But also the Rumble De Thumps casserole is so good, and I'm sorry because I did make fun of it when I first saw it on the menu. I was like, what is that? Because
could you tell us what it's called again?
Rumble De Thumps casserole. But I was so hungry that day, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna get it, and my life was changed. It's so good. So I want to say thank you for bringing that to me, and for having the vegetarian options, and being in the lunchroom, a lot of kids at the high school are eating that lunch, and it's so important too, because we're here early, getting breakfast here, and without that, I would not be learning.
Erica, maybe you can bring the Rumble De Thumb casserole to the board meeting next time.
I can't take full credit for that. Part of it was for the main harvest of the month in January was potatoes, and I worked with Lori, our manager here, and she came up with the Rumble De Thump meal, and I had it, and it was, like you say, it was delicious. So we will have it again, definitely.
I want to go look at everyone's paper to see how many of us just wrote down Rumble De Thump. We will all be Googling it later. She probably just made up the name, and we're never going to find it. So
it's real. It's out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had a question about the participation rates. You said 38 for breakfast, 65 for lunch. Is that consistent with last year? I know you said the numbers has gone down a little bit because of the number of kids, but is participation percentage in line?
Our lunch percentage is just about the same. We have seen a drop in our breakfast counts. I believe it's around 4 or 5% from where it was last year. With that said, I've tried to be ahead of the curve a little bit with some of the changes in our added sugar content in breakfast options. This change is coming next year anyways, so we were going to have to do it this year or next year. So we've definitely done a lot of experimenting, phasing in some different things. And, we're not serving maybe all of the same things that we were in the past. So I'm not surprised that we've seen, a slight decrease in our breakfast participation, just given that some of the options maybe aren't students' favorites yet, but hopefully they learn to like them.
I haven't tried the Rumble De Thump.
Yes.
And I feel like I've also heard sort of the ability here at the high school around breakfast to get it and be able to eat it in your first period might have changed this year. Like they're not letting them eat.
Yep.
Necessarily in class or.
Yep. We are right now our breakfast here in the cafeteria, students are able to come in until, I believe it's 8:45. Is that? I'm pretty sure that's the time. And get their breakfast. It used to be that they could come at any point between start of school and 11 a.m. when lunch started. There were some concerns from teachers around students not being in their classrooms and being down here in the cafeteria. And so the move at the time was to, cut back on how often students are able to come down to the CAF. I have since been working with the JMG program, and we have a vending machine in
I was going to ask about
the
the vending
hallway.
machine.
Yeah,
Just sitting there waiting for food.
Yes. So the vending machine I know has been sitting vacant for 2 years, something like that. It is working, and I think literally tomorrow it will be stocked with second chance breakfast options. So there will be, breakfast options available. So that way, our cutoff time is a little bit earlier than it used to be. But the hope is that having this vending machine, right there, that students aren't, missing out on class, and they're able to just, go run a quick breakfast from the vending machine and get back to class. And we're hoping to see that our participation kind of boosts back up with that. So
great.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just curious how the vending machine works. Is it like cash driven, or is it like they put in their code or something?
It is both technically. To start, I'm deactivating the cash option for ease of, starting things. The JMG program students are going to be the ones that are, stocking the machine themselves. So kind of for ease there, we're just going to use students' PIN numbers that they use here in the cafeteria. So they're able to preload money onto that account. And if, you only have cash on you, you can always come down here and Lori or somebody can load that money onto your student meal account and be able to get a meal that way. I would like to make it a cash option eventually, but
I was more concerned about them not having the cash and wanting to get something. So I'm just happy that they can use the PIN code.
Yep, the PIN, and then everything is all connected with our POS system, so we'll see all of the meal counts and everything that way.
Thank you so much, Erica. I'm glad to hear the options are so great. I was just wondering if there are any updates about scratch cooking, since I know we asked about that in the past, as well as the chocolate milk.
Yes. For the scratch cooking, a couple things to note with that, I guess. I have applied for the culinary. I'm blanking on it now. The Culinary Institute that you had told me about. So I don't think we'll hear back until sometime in April. But the hope with that is to be able to send a couple of staff members to like a week-long hands-on like scratch cooking training in Maine. So that would be at some point this summer. But pledging to do this monthly harvest of the month is a really great way that we've been able to showcase some of those scratch-made options, like the Rumpledy Thumps. So we're certainly getting there. There's a lot of challenges with it that we're still figuring out, but it's improved definitely. Yeah. And to answer your question about chocolate milk. I've reached out to Oakhurst a few times to try and get a better sense of what their new formula will be to be able to serve it in any schools with next year's, new changes that are going to happen, because the current chocolate milk, they would not be able to serve in any schools in Maine the way that it is currently. They've assured me that they are changing the formula, but other than that, I don't know what that would look like. So, yeah.
So it might be back next year, or
it would be great to have it back. I think it's a really great way for students to be able, we have a lot of students that maybe don't participate in the school meal program, but would still come up and get a milk. And something to keep in mind is like a milk that's not drank, whether it's chocolate milk or, regular milk, is, it provides nutritional value to the student. And if a milk isn't being drank just because there isn't a chocolate milk option, I think it's worth looking at what is that nutritional value that those students aren't getting because they are not choosing to have a milk at all anymore. So there's certainly, some exploring with it that I'm looking into.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions for Erica? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Facilities, Glenn. Thank you for your patience tonight, Glenn.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, I got no rumbly, dumbly. I got none of that. So
You top that.
I don't. I was telling Jeremy before he left, it's, it's a tough act to follow. So thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. Good evening, everyone. First off, everybody hear me okay? I usually have a loud voice anyways. I never need a mic. But so the budgetary request for the facility departments focuses on supporting the infrastructure to provide a safe learning environment for all students and staff. Staff adjustments on budget FY25 were none. Staffing adjustments for budget FY26 are none. Other significant FY26 requests in the budget and needs, supplies, equipment, contract increases, and so forth. For an example, like the mechanical services contract ends in June, so that'll be going out to bid, so there's a potential change there. Plowing contract goes out to bid, so there's a potential change there. And also supplies and so forth. The FY26 proposed capital improvement plan, some of these were on last year's plan. Unfortunately, when some of the projects that we did ran over financially, so we weren't able to complete those, so we just moved them into this year. They are such as the wall over at the music room at Durham, removing that wall, removing and installing a new ceiling in the modular at Durham, putting snow guards on the modular over at Durham. For the bathrooms over at Moore Street School, back on the audit, it was noted on the audit that the bathrooms did meet ADA. So one of the concerns we had was there may be asbestos under the linoleum. So we had that tested, and that came back negative. In a conversation with Jean and Kelly, we decided to take this opportunity to take that boys' bathroom and make it ADA. So that boys' bathroom will be ADA, and then future upgrades will do the girls' bathroom as well. We're looking to install a heat pump in the teacher's lounge at the high school. We also need to replace a roof section at the middle school, which is on the back section, and the last year was to replace the roof section over the gym here at the high school. We put that back in the capital budget for this year. So that's the show.
I just want to make sure the teacher's room isn't also the library data closet, right?
Yes, it's a combination room. Yes, ma'am. That's why we would put a split in there for the.
Oh, is this like the little room behind, like
yeah.
the fishbowl?
I think they're going to put a rack, or they put a rack up in there too. So we're just going to add provided cooling for that room, and the teachers will get a benefit by having that cooling in that room.
Okay.
Yep, it's a shared room.
Okay. Closet just sounds really small. That room is not a closet.
I agree.
Could I
I agree.
add one piece to what Glenn shared with the board as well? I think
the top, yep.
It's important that the board knows that overall, last year, you increased the amount that we had in the local budget. And this year, we're requesting an additional increase again of $30,000 to cover those projects. It really, we looked at historically where that dollar figure was, and it was like $400,000 for a long, long time, and we all know that the materials and labor and all that have increased. So that's is up to $475 this year.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe this is a question for Jean regarding that. Because we were at the 400,000 for a long time, did we just last year increase it to 44? Okay, I couldn't remember. Thank you.
I see no staffing adjustments since we did ask Jeremy, so we'll ask you. How is your staffing levels? Do you have positions filled? Are you struggling anywhere?
We for the most part, we have all the positions filled. We still have 2 staff that are out. We're currently looking at filling one of those with a sub, and the other staff have picked up. But okay. So all the positions are technically full.
Okay, great. Cheyenne.
Could you talk about why you guys are replacing the wall in the music room? Is
So-
it just that you're looking to expand?
Yeah, so
Okay.
the conversation that we had with the teacher and the principal is the number of students that are in that room with all their equipment and everything else, it's just really tight. So they felt if we opened it up, and they're looking at removing the wall that is currently their storage room, still using it as a storage room, but just opening it up so the students can spread out a little bit with their equipment.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Maura?
Thank you so much. I just had some questions about the energy audit and the life safety updates. And I was wondering, in terms of the age of our facilities, if making those updates is a challenge, if there are any limitations because of the age of some of our facilities, if that's a consideration. I'm thinking about the amount of money we're putting in to aged facilities going forward in that whole conversation.
Yep. No, so it's not a concern about the age. It's more of a concern about the age of the equipment. So I'll give you an example. At Durham, that building's only 13 years old. But the piece of equipment that they put in there for the fire alarm panel, which is scheduled on the life safety to be replaced, is obsolete. So we can't get any parts for it. We can't do anything. So if it fails, we're in trouble. So that's why it's slated to replace the panel, and all the devices have to be replaced as well, because that piece of equipment is proprietary. So Johnson Controls is the only vendor in town that can work on that. So we want to put a non-proprietary, much like we did the boilers over at Pownell, so that way there we can get better pricing to be able to make the repairs.
And then, to be able to make the repairs, and then presumably, hopefully, it wouldn't be obsolete
That's correct.
again so soon.
That is correct.
Okay. And just a follow-up question. Has the facilities committee had conversations about weighing, because of these significant new investments in the budget are just large. Sorry, I'm trying to think of different words and my brain is getting tired.
Large is about right.
Yes, since they are large, just the conversation around that and that aspect of the budget. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
That's okay.
Speak a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so I was awful glad when I first came in and Gene told me one of the requests that the board was asking to do an energy audit. So a new employee coming in, taking a look at everything, it's nice to be validated, right? So I'd always go to Gene and I would always apologize. Like, listen, Gene, I saw this yesterday. I'm really sorry I have to tell you this. And then the audit would come in and validate what I'm telling Gene, but this needs to be replaced. So there's been a lot of great work that's been done in the district. But there's still a lot of great work that needs to be done. For an example here, the boiler. We had an inspection with our insurance company. We looked inside the boiler, and it's 50 years old, and it's showing every year of that 50 years. I knock on wood every day when we had that cold spell that it just didn't decide not, to fail and not work. We have air handlers. We have rooftop units. We have a non-existent, I don't want to say non-existent, but we have a very poor ventilation system at Mass Landing, which again, those are the air handlers up on the roof. Just a lot of part of the systems that need to be replaced, and not necessarily because of the age of the building. It's just the age of the equipment and the amount that they're used. These commercial pieces of equipment are running a lot, and they're working a lot. So it's not like your air conditioner at home where you take it out of the window in the winter and you put it aside and all that other stuff. These things are running 24/7, 365 because they're designed to bring in fresh air. So you're burning out pumps, you're burning out motors, you're burning out squirrel cages, evaporator coils, all of that stuff. So it's just age catches up with them. So I think overall, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but structurally, I think the buildings are in good shape. I just think we have to catch back up with the mechanical side that we started to do. We just kind of either got sidetracked or whatever the situation was. And these stages, either the phases, the life safety is going to get us there a little bit quicker. That answer your question?
Yes, thank you. That is reassuring because I know, as you all know, I have brought that up a couple of times. So I'm glad to hear that that's just reassuring about making that investment. And could you remind me, with the 17-year lease purchase agreement, even though it's the $3.6 million, then in the budget it's the $303,000 that will be just for this year? Next year. I'm sorry, next year.
I'll say nothing in the 25-26 budget. There's no payment required.
Right, which is
That's
okay.
correct.
Got it. Thank you
Yep.
very much.
Year after, absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, I think the key that I took out of what Glenn just said is that the the structural buildings are good, right? What we don't want to be doing is putting top of the line engines in a truck buddy that's about to die, right? Like, what's the point of that, right? So we want to make sure we're not investing.
Now, wait a minute. I'm a truck guy. You may want to do that. I'm just kidding.
Not with my money.
Right, exactly. No, of course. You certainly don't want to, if we've got buildings that, we're constantly looking at rooftops and structural for the rooftops and, your walls and your floors and all that other type of stuff. We certainly want to have those conversations. Do we want to continue or not? But I've been in pretty much every small area that you can think of in the district here, and I don't see anything that's extremely concerning. I just think we got to continue the good work that started prior to my arrival, and we just got some work to do.
Great. Other questions? Oh, Maura's got more for you.
All right.
I wanted to ask about the life safety updates. Given the size and the amount of that, and I know it's coming from capital reserves, I guess I'll just say, given the status of our federal funding and what's going on nationally, if we had to shift to wanting to hold on to more of those reserves, how would we be able to do some of these upgrades? Would there be able to be like a phased approach to that in a different way that would not be such a big chunk of money up front?
Yeah, and I think what we would do if that's sort of what the direction the board wants to go in, we would get back together as a team and see if you're saying we'll pause that for another year, then we'd pause it for another year.
Sure.
We say, can we do some of these, or what are the top, what really is rising to the top?
Mhm.
Then we would discuss as a team and come back together to the board with a proposal to the board if that's the will of the board.
Absolutely.
Maybe to that end, could you, and I know, Jean, you went through some of these, but could you just explain the necessity of them and the sort of the urgency to like protect our students and make our facilities safe? I think that's like something that I would weigh when we make that decision about like how, like, can we wait with this potential federal funding up in the air or what?
Yeah, so, that's all about perspective, right? So, there's fire alarm panels that are on there that are extremely important for the safety of staff and students, 100%. Access to the buildings, that's extremely important as well. So I think, like Jean said, we'd get together with a team and figure out, okay, how can we best tackle the list based on what the direction from the board would be dollar-wise, right? What can we accomplish that would still provide the high-quality safety and security that the staff and students are looking for, and get some of these stuff done. I think that's what we would sit down and have that conversation, try to figure that out. But, that's a good point. How do you decide and define what needs to happen, what have you? And I think the three of us can come up with a plan based on whatever dollar amount is given. Absolutely.
Yeah, I had the almost the exact same thought process. I mean, I hate to even verbalize that all the work that has gone into that sort of 3-stage plan, which I think is very, very appropriate, but I'm very nervous about something completely out of our control really impacting our funding and us having to make other decisions if we don't have sort of a rainy day fund that we could access, right? Like, maybe this isn't the time to spend that all down when so much is potentially up in the air. So I appreciate your willingness to look at things, and maybe some of the stuff in the 475 would get supplanted with stuff that you said, geez, if we're going to hold off on the life safety upgrade from the capital reserves, I might, because I feel it's so important, push that into the 475 in the local budget, right? That's sort of the nature of the beast, I guess.
Yeah, that's the beauty of facilities, right? So we're never looking for things to do. There's always things to do. So I'm never bored. I'm going to tell you all that, right? So I'm not sitting back reading the newspaper. There's plenty of stuff to do. So, the life safety, the phases, all of this is a living document. So we can decide to do phase 1 3 years from now. It's still going to be there. You know, we're probably going to be repairing some of that stuff. I'd love to be able to stand up here and say, hey, look what we already did off phase one, which changes that dollar amount. But at the end of the day, all that is still going to be there whenever we're able to get to it. You know, there's going to be some emergencies. Don't be shocked when there is, but there are going to be. That's just the nature of the beast. But at the end of the day, it's a living document. We can move things around and do things when we have the opportunity to do them.
I will just point out the time value of money. Things don't get cheaper. So pushing things down the road, they will be
Never
more
works
expensive
out.
to do when we do them. So just, you know, something to keep in mind.
A can gets a little expensive when you kick it farther down. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So, yeah. Okay. Kara.
I want to add to that too that there's also, you know, downsides to losing teachers, and that if this is, well, first of all, I want to validate, because I know that you said that was one thing you really appreciated when you came here, is that the validation that facilities are really important.
Absolutely.
And so I want to validate that, and I think everyone here it'd be my guess, we would all say, like, if we could do this, yes, let's please do this.
Mhm.
I think we also probably would say if we could maybe not lose some teachers, that would be great too. So I'm just thinking about this side of it in terms of the other cuts that we're considering.
In relation to using the undesignated fund balance for the life safety, or just
The 475.
the increase for the 40,000? I mean, it's not an increase of 475.
Right, I know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But, and however
30,000.
whatever we could be flexible with, I guess.
Yep.
I am completely flexible. I'll do whatever you guys tell me to do, or Gene tells me to do.
All right. Any other questions for Glenn? Thank you.
Great. Thanks, guys.
All right. So we're going to move to Peter, community programs.
Hi, everybody. I should have put in for the public comment section because I think I'm going to take 3 minutes. So, as some of you may know or recall, since I joined the office in 2018, the budget has been flat. So at least since fiscal year 2018, at $112,000. And for the upcoming year, we are looking at taking away 21% of that down to $88,000. And that is essentially to reflect the adult ed coordinator that is working with us now, who's part-time, going from full-time person to part-time person. Usually I provide a little more context and detail with the other things that don't come from local share, but given the size of the agenda tonight, we've decided to keep it just at that one feature with adult ed. So that's my budget report for FY26.
Not even 3 minutes, Peter. Well done. Okay. All right, I guess my question around that, the adult ed coordinator, is that by that person's choice? They prefer part-time? Are we able to accomplish everything we want to do with a part-time position?
So the core mission of what we do with adult ed can be accomplished in that part-time position. When we've had full-time coordinators, our last full-time coordinator, for instance, was able to grow and grow and grow the role and get into some sort of additional services and advising and counseling and help that go beyond just the core English language instruction, high set instruction. And so we are fulfilling the core mission plus some, but just don't get to some of the same additional things with the part-time schedule. But also the population has changed quite a bit since the previous full-time person and the current not full-time person.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. Other questions for Peter? Beth?
I don't have a question, but I just want to thank you for keeping your budget flat for 7 years and then decreasing it. So I know it's a challenge, I'm sure, and I know that you have a small program, comparatively, but it's, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Beth.
If you could talk to your other counterparts on the admin team on how to do that, keep it flat, maybe drop it a little, that'd be great.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right. We're just going to do adult ed for all the kids. Other questions for Peter? Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, we're going to pull Sam away from his current tech duties at the desk, bring him up to the camera. Hope the live stream stays up and running.
This forward so I'm in frame. There we go.
Was everybody else up there not in frame?
No. I just cut to the wide shot because I can't switch between the different cameras. That's all. Hi, I'm Sam. I'm running the live stream back there. And let's get this to a good height. So for the FY26 budget, we're coming in, other than, our non-staffing expenditures are coming in a little bit below where they were last year. We're kind of focused on infrastructure projects, like high school Wi-Fi, some classroom technology at Mass Landing and the high school, a few rooms at the high school, and then running a pilot program and to kind of pick the direction for which device we're going to go in certain grade levels in the future, and then new staff devices for the high school teachers. Beyond that, we've got some communication software, some copyright safe video software, and that's really that. Not a whole lot more to it. I'm trying
What's
to
a
keep
Reach My Teach?
Reach My Teach is a communication platform. So right now you all get messages through Bright Arrow. And Reach My Teach allows for broader flexibility as well as two-way text messaging with teachers, where a teacher or a staff member would not have to give out their phone number in order to accomplish that. It also does translation of documents and translation of all the messages that go through it as well, in two directions. And one of the cool features that it has is that with so many of our families coming, our new Mainer families, they're much more used to using WhatsApp or Telegram or various other platforms, and Reach My Teach can send and receive messages through those platforms as well.
Did you say that their next year is the sort of the planning year for what goes forward for devices?
So 6 through 12, we're trying to figure out where we go from here, because I think that frankly, providing MacBooks to every student 6 through 12 is probably a little bit overkill, and that we are not. I think our teachers are doing lots of wonderful work with those devices, but we are not always taking full advantage of them, and so we're going to evaluate all of the options out there, and it might be that in a year from now, I'll be sitting here being like, well, guess what? We're going with MacBooks again. But in our estimation, we're going to kind of evaluate the various other options. So that would be Chromebooks, and then an iPad with iPads with a keyboard and trackpad on it. And I know that iPads are a dirty word in this district. But what I will say is that coming from a district that coming here from a district that is is recognized as an Apple distinguished high school, I think it's one of those things that once you see it, it's really remarkable. Once you kind of see how it can be used and how it can kind of transform what students are doing, it's very powerful. I'm not saying that that's the way that I want to go necessarily, because I think we just need more information. But Principal Gulko and I went on a site visit at Thornton Academy, where they had received a similar recognition from Apple, and she went in like totally closed-minded about what we're going here to see things, see kids using iPads, and is this really a device that makes sense for high school? And then 4 hours later, she was like, we got to figure out how we can try to take advantage of something like this. So I think when it's done well, and teachers are on board and students are willing to work through some of the pain points, I think it's a much more powerful device. I also think when iPads were done here, it was about 8 years ago, I think, something in that realm. I think there's been 2 rounds of MacBooks since then, and the device has come a long way. So that's why we're entertaining that. I think the Chromebook is a simpler explanation, which is that most of what students are asked to do, not all, but most, is done through the Chrome browser. And so paying for MacBooks for every student is like paying for a very expensive Chromebook in a lot of cases. That's not all cases, but I think particularly in STEM and science, and some functions for math, but in the humanities and social studies, I think that it tends to be used primarily like a Chromebook. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll have more data in a year's time.
So the thing that, not that I'm only listening to one phrase that each of you say, if it sounds like that, but the thing that popped out to me for you was, getting teachers on board, because that is, I think, one of the areas where when we've had struggles with whatever it is, whether it's curriculum or whether it's technology or, not necessarily having the buy-in from all the shareholders can certainly be a challenge. So I am, I have my initial thoughts, but, maybe we need a board like field trip to learn how to use the iPads.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I think what we'll be looking for, we're still kind of figuring out the structure of what that pilot will look like. But what we'll be looking for are a handful of teachers to kind of help us buy into that, and for them to help identify some students who they think this would be a good fit for, and some students they don't think it would be a good fit for, and so that we're getting data kind of across the spectrum.
Yeah.
It's not, we'll see. I don't know. It's one of those things we'll have to wait and see.
See where it leads us. Okay.
Yep.
We should do some parent education because I have one and I hate it. I struggle with it because I thought it was going to be very easy. So I'm sure kids can use it no problem, but I feel bad for the teachers.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about kids knowing or not knowing how to use it. It's more about understanding how to kind of unlock the power of the device and the ways in which it is much more, the ways in which, different devices have lots of interesting different functions and can be used in different form factors and that sort of thing.
Sound like a commercial. Unlock the power of the device. Phoebe.
I fully endorse iPads. I'm very outspoken about this. I have an iPad and I actually love it so much. And I'm trying to convince my dad to get me the pencil that goes with it. Yeah. But also not a lot, but some of my teachers use iPads and the pencil in class. My math teacher, that's the majority of our class is he's
Miss
writing
Edwards?
the notes. Mr. Mills, yeah.
Yep.
And it's really easy to follow because he's doing it out on the screen and we're writing the notes on our paper. But I also know a lot of college students have switched to the iPads
for note taking, right?
Yeah, because you can do the note taking on them, and my brother has one and he swears by it. So I think that can be really helpful. It can be the digital art, which is another big thing of the future. They can be used for that, which I think would be really interesting to see. So
yeah.
Do you have a volunteer for your committee?
Yeah, and I would love to just have guys my iPad. I just go home every day and I just sit there and type around, and you can go on photos and you can zoom in on people's faces and they're just really large on the screen.
I'll buy you the pencil if you come help me learn mine.
Okay.
What a deal.
What a deal.
I don't know what Cynthia is there a policy about that, Cynthia, about
trading services?
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's Cynthia's job. Phoebe, I totally hear what you're saying, and that was the thing that I think for Mrs. Golko that really kind of unlocked things was watching kids take notes, and watching kids work collaboratively, or then a teacher is sitting there doing what Miss Edwards or Mr. Mills or a lot of the math teachers do, writing out kind of the notes and solving problems, and then taking that and being able to share that to Google Classroom for all the kids. So they then have their own notes that they've taken, but they also have a whole documentation of what the teacher has done as well. So it's also, I think a lot of the other thing is, in terms of a teaching tool, a lot of the, trying to, projecting from a computer, it's a much more kind of like heads down experience for a teacher that kind of like, they're having to line something up, focusing. If you're airplaying from an iPad, you can have it in your hand, have the stylus in your other hand. You can be walking around the room. You can be, so you're kind of, it's kind of this more of a, classroom management by walking around kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But, I think, and that's not even getting into the type of stuff that they're doing in Gorham, which I think is sort of at another level beyond just digital note taking. So, and is much more focused on creativity, and student creativity. So, yeah, we'll see where it takes us. I don't know.
Sorry, just one last thing. You said iPads. I think that we had them because I'm thinking back to my oldest child, and I think it was like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Or if not more, that we started using the iPads because she was in middle school and she's 24 now.
Right.
So,
How's that happen?
Yeah. And so I think, thinking about iPads, what they were 10 years ago and what they are today is like, it's huge difference.
Right.
So.
And I think, and the other thing is that, we would be providing a case with a built-in keyboard and trackpad on it. So you can use it like a laptop. You could do everything that you would do on a Chromebook on it, but then also you can pop the device out of the case and be, using it as a tablet, being able to draw on it, all that sort of, so it's kind of best of both worlds kind of thing. But we'll see where we wind up. I mean, we've got a lot of legwork, and we're going to be trying to gather feedback from students and staff at Durham, students and staff at Freeport Middle School, and here. So it's going to be a lot of legwork, but we're, the hope is that kind of the first few months of next year, we're gathering a lot of that data and getting a lot of that information and working with staff and students alike.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for all that. I was looking through the big, hefty thing here, line by line, and noticed that computer materials, there's an increase of $338,000.
Yeah. So equipment is down. Equipment is down by a little bit more than that, and materials are up. And that's really a state accounting, or coding things correctly for the auditors and everybody else everybody in between. Which is that, what's the threshold? $5,000 for an individual item. Yeah, so the threshold for equipment is actually $5,000 for an individual item. So like, we will very occasionally have a server that would be that much money, but everything else, because the individual item costs are much lower, that goes under materials. So even like the laptops we're buying for staff, that's just under materials instead of being under equipment. And that was just fixing something that, so if you look at equipment, which is 57,340 or 341, that's, you'll see that there's a big drop off there.
Now he's just showing off with like line item numbers.
I almost have them all memorized.
The whole book?
No, just mine. But
all right. Any other questions for Sam? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we are technically still on the same item, just so you all know, because we do have a policy. If for those who may not know, I think my watch just died because it's so late. We can't start a new item after 10 o'clock without a vote of the board. So after we get through Cynthia's two sheets that we have here, is it two? It's two, right? Yeah, back and forth. Then we'll take that up. But
good evening. I'm the tail end of all of the budgets. I think I'm the last one to present. So tonight, first of all, Phoebe, thank you for just being you. Okay, I've enjoyed you tonight. Not that I don't every time, but okay. So I have my budget is flat-ish. So I can't say flat, but it's flat-ish. On the first page, you'll see the curriculum development and improvement of instruction. There's no staffing involved in that. And the improvement of instruction primarily, just to give you a little context, Anna, because you're new, and anybody else who may have forgotten. Or wasn't here at the last year at this time. So that's primarily curriculum materials, and it hovers around 53,000. And so next year we are going to be looking. We're going to be looking at some additional science kits. And we are also doing a curriculum review of math. So those will be primarily the things purchased with those materials. And then instructional staff training. That cost center is primarily, there's kind of like 4 big buckets in there. So there's purchase professional, and that's flattish. We just moved some money from one level to another level a little bit, but it's overall flattish. The honorariums, so I have several, those are for typically committees if they're working after hours. So I have I think 6 or 7 committees that I lead, and there's might be a couple other committees around the district. So they get paid, if their meetings are an hour and a half, they get paid an honorary amount for that hour and a half over the year each time they meet. So that's what that bucket is. And then tuition, Kelly has used the historical data for tuition. That piece of it has gone up because you're probably going back 3 years. Yeah, so it's up because the last 3 years that were looked at was higher than dropping off 1 year and including that year before. It must have been lower. So that's why that one's gone up. It just happens to be in my cost center, but I don't really control that. And then the last piece is the stipends. I only budget for the stipends for the mentors and the local credentialing committee. So those numbers of people in those slots stay the same, and the stipend, as you know, is part of the contract. So that's that side of the page. Any questions on that? Oh, I should have asked. Deferred to you, sorry. All right, and then on the other side, we have the gifted and talented, flat, same number of staff in that position. And so we generally have about 5% of our students who are identified in this category in either academic or arts and music. And I'll take any questions on that. Okay, very good. Thank you.
We are questioned out, Cynthia.
Can I have one piece at the end of the budget?
Yes.
So that does conclude all of our presentations for folks. And throughout the last few weeks, Kelly and I have been taking notes on other information that the board has requested, so that you can, as part of your deliberations. And what we're going to do is put that information together in a packet for you, so that when you receive your board materials for the next meeting, you'll have a packet of that data that you asked us to collect. And in order for us to make sure we have everything that will help you with those deliberations, if there are other things right now that you know, other data you'd like to have, if you could let us know, or if it's 10:15, if you're feeling I think there might be something, but I'm a little tired right now. If you could email Kelly and I by March 1st, because there are 2 pieces of this. We have to collect it and assemble it and find it, and then we have to make sure it gets out to you in your board packet. And we'll provide that on the website for the community and so forth. But we thought you might like to have it in advance so that you could start doing some thinking before you start deliberations.
Anything anybody has right off the top of their head they want to make sure we...
I was trying to figure out about the middle school and just all the staff and just because it's so complicated and splitting apart. Is there any way we could get like a cheat sheet of what is currently being done and then what's being proposed for next year?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Could I just ask clarity for us as we work the middle school? So you're looking at sort of by grade level, that like
I guess by
staffing for
grade-
that, or?
I guess maybe by grade level and by subject area, because I was like trying to quickly take notes on how she was saying there's 3 of this and 3 of that, but
Right.
it got very confusing, and then how she was piecing it out. So I think that would just
A visual would be more helpful.
yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and and it sounds like there isn't a defined way forward on what it would look like, but even just a potential, what it might look like from a schedule. Like, so, this is what it looks like today. This is what we envision it might look like, next year with these basically 2 fewer positions, right? Going from 16 and a half to 14 and a half. And kind of inclusive of that, sort of the class size numbers in there.
That's right. Thank you.
Because I do still think there's some confusion. Like I'm not quite sure I quite understood what Paige was saying around like, well, we said the top would be 21, but they're saying, well, no, it's 24 plus. So where's the disconnect there? Is there just some misunderstanding, or does that make sense? Yes. Even at 10:15? Moira?
I think it would be helpful to see the budget impact with some of the positions added back in, specifically the ESOL and middle school positions. And I know we have the 8 educators and the 5 ed techs, and I think some of those are unfilled, so maybe breaking out the unfilled versus the already filled 2 could be helpful.
Right. Yeah, I know Kelly's already working on sort of although she looks like she has a clarifying question.
Yeah, I do. So when you're saying unfilled, is that unfilled including a resignation at the end of the school year, so it's unfilled for next year, or are you talking about now unfilled?
Currently, if someone is someone currently doing that job or not? Okay. So like the science teacher would be yes, they are doing that job today.
Okay. Yeah.
But that ed tech at FMS is not.
Yeah, and I think
Just for the proposed
reductions.
Okay,
reductions,
so
yeah.
for the all the teaching and all the ed techs, the proposed reductions, you'd like us to look at what it looks like if we filled all the positions that are currently filled this year, what that would be.
Yeah, the difference in the budget impact. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Top side of that chart.
so what Michelle's referring to, we talked about it at finance, is one of the things that I had developed to help in your deliberations was a sheet that says if we wanted to, say we wanted to get to a 3% taxation impact, what sort of reductions would be needed. And I only had that like from our starting point down, and Michelle at our finance committee meeting suggested that I go like from the up to the like our original before any cuts, and then kind of progressively step down in positions. So this is great that it ties right into what we were working on for you already.
Yeah.
So.
And then I guess this is very sort of ambiguous, but I mean, what we have heard a lot of is around like teaching positions and, the impact to students, and really trying to not remove supports in a time when we're most concerned about our kids. But I also, on the flip side, don't think we could come forward with a 9%, expenditure and expect to pass it. I don't think in good faith I could do that. So, are there other creative ways that we could keep the percentage, which 5, 6, 7, something like that, right, is where we are, without having to cut teaching positions? Like what would we have to sacrifice otherwise to keep those teaching positions? And is that, is it feasible? Is it not? We could easily just take the capital budget and bring that to zero and use that $500,000 for teaching positions. That's obviously a trade-off. Not that I would encourage or recommend that, but, are there other ways? I mean, I know you guys have been trying to skin this cat, so to speak, since October. And you know, this is the best thinking to date. But yeah, I would just be
August.
interested in hearing that.
Since August.
August. Well, yeah.
We started talking about this in August.
They enjoyed 1 month of the year before they started this project. More.
Question. Kelly, do you know if there will be that magic spreadsheet again where everybody puts their budget increase in from all over and when that might happen? Did that, is
Like
that did I-
districts.
Oh, sorry, other districts.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
I'm just
I
wondering.
haven't seen anything circulate in the business manager's world yet because, believe it or not, we're really early. Like,
Yeah.
although we're a little
Yes.
further, we're early for other districts. You know, most districts are just now like compiling everything and coming up with stuff. They're not done presenting to their board and ready for deliberations. So maybe Jean through or superintendent can do
At
it.
this point, I have some info, but it's sort of is in the confidential until they share it with their boards and where they're at. But as soon
Right.
as it's out to the public, then we can share that all with you. We have that.
Yeah.
I'll just say it's gonna be it's a tough budget year in every district in Maine.
Okay. Yeah.
So I emailed the board, and Jean, you had responded before about the question if we could have some numbers that explain the difference between a 6% increase versus a 8% increase. And what does that really look like for the taxpayers? And I think you mentioned that that's really tricky, obviously, because each town does it differently, but it might be possible to ask the towns if that's something that they could put together. And how I had envisioned it was someone who has a $200,000 home in Durham, what would 6% look like? What would 8% look like? If someone who has a $900,000 home, what would that look like? I just think that visual could be really helpful for me. And I think for others and also for the voters, if we were to ask them to pass a higher budget to see what that difference looks like.
Yeah, the problem is like the we have like median value, right? But taxes aren't done on value; they're done on the sort of the assessed value from the towns, and they're in varied stages of equalization with market value. I know in Durham we're 65% or something of market value for our tax assessed, which is which you can see if you look at the mill rate, right, of 22 versus 14 in the other towns. That's a function of the values. We won't get into that tonight, but it's just a challenging thing to collect. It's probably even more challenging to explain in a way that doesn't create more confusion than it solves. I don't know. Yeah.
Just thinking about something Michelle mentioned in Finance Committee, because we were talking about all the requests and everything, and just how different each town handles it. So the fact, Durham has been using their undesignated fund balance to keep their taxes low. So even though it looks, not low, I'm sorry, keep them from increasing exponentially, sorry. So they're using that to offset the increases is probably a better sort of thing. But it's almost like an illusion then, because so the Durham residents aren't really seeing that school increase in their tax bill if the town is deciding to take some of their undesignated fund to give tax relief. So there's not really, it varies by the town because each town can do what they want within some of that. So
I just wonder, if we're worried about passing the budget, if we were to ask folks to pass a higher budget, if there are some people who just won't do it because it's a percentage that's higher than what we've done before, but not really understand what that means, and if that means that should each town be providing more education around that? Like, is there an opportunity for us to be helping folks understand what that impact really looks like, which it does obviously look different for everyone, and I understand that. It really does look very different for everyone. And we can't pass judgment on folks for how they want to spend their money as much as we would like them to invest in education. But I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity there for us to be making things a little more transparent so that they can really make an informed decision.
Yeah, I mean, we might be able to say something like, if your tax assessed value in Pownell is $250,000, the increase would be this. If it was $500,000, it would be that. So people can find the one that's closest to them, maybe. I mean, if they even know what their tax assessed value is versus what they think their house is worth, right? Because that's a huge sort of jump in a lot of people's minds on how it works. Maybe, I mean, and then it's less less about like what's the median value by town, because that varies based on the equalization. But like if we just say, hey, when the mill rate is this, an increase in the mill rate of this for $100,000 per $100,000 of your house equals this many dollars, right? We talked about this, we did this a lot with the high school renovation, like it's a pizza a month kind of, give people a perception process. I mean, it's not always well received even when you give them that information. But we could try. I mean, that's probably more around how do we communicate the budget once we've deliberated it and adopted it. But less about, the deliberation piece.
I think it might make things a little easier or harder to swallow in our vote to understand that a little bit better as well. And again, the difference between a 6% versus an 8% in particular.
I have a really naive question. Has it ever been done, or is it even in the realm of possibilities, to take some percentage of the costs needed for the capital campaign and the life safety projects and do like a private appeal to private fundraisers to have some percentage of that money come from another pot?
I mean, we've certainly fundraised for capital projects before, like the track and field, right? I mean, that was 2/3, 3/4 fundraised. So it's not to say it can't be done. I'm not sure we'd have the luck trying to get people to donate to fire panels as we did the turf, but you never know. 20 years. I don't know. It got voted down a bunch of times. When it actually got done, but I want to say, I jokingly said 20 years, but I think the first vote on the track and field, Kelly may remember, I don't know, it was like before the RSU was almost 20 years ago when they started talking about doing a new field and stuff like that. And it, they put it with the school and it got voted down and they separated it and they, it went round and round until it was primarily fundraised. And I think, we ended up using undesignated fund we were going to bond it. The district's portion, which ended up being $1 million, maybe. But then we ended up just using the undesignated fund balance to fund that. So we didn't take on additional debt. But, we're looking at something smaller than that right now on the basketball courts, right? They're doing a fundraising campaign to resurface the basketball courts. So that kind of stuff does happen. I'm not sure. First of all, it's not fast ever. They're looking at, $100,000 for the basketball courts, and it's over a year, probably, maybe 2, that they've been working on it. So I'm not sure it would give us a quick fix on any of it.
Actually appreciate the question because that thought has occurred to me about the tennis courts. And as unbelievable as it is to me, this is my 7th year on the board, and we've been talking about the tennis courts since I came onto the board. And I'm like, we want to get the kids those courts. And I think we have 40,000 going into them this year. And I think it's so great that we have the folks doing the basketball project. And I wish we could get the tennis courts faster. And that could be like maybe one area. I mean, I don't know if I know Kelly has a tennis tennis playing kiddo, but I don't know if there's boosters there or whatnot. But
it's an interesting idea. Any other requests of Kelly and Jean that would be helpful as we take on the work of deliberating at the next meeting?
Send it to us by March 1st, so you think of it later.
So March 1st is Saturday, FYI. Okay, so things we have not gotten to yet. The finance report from Kelly says 5 minutes, usually takes 45 seconds. We have board committee and reports, so finance, facilities, policy, and curriculum. Those I think we could easily push to the next meeting if folks were so inclined. I mean, obviously the big thing is the policies, and I'm interested in hearing people's, yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to say I would like to let Kelly give her report this time because next time she doesn't.
She doesn't come to the meeting,
Yeah,
right?
well, actually,
but it's budget,
time,
so she's going to be here
you're
anyway.
gonna be here. Never mind. Tried.
We might still get to you though. Don't go anywhere. Is the policy? Obviously, we have second read for some stuff. There's some first read. New items, and then obviously the consideration to revert back to the former policies. I feel like this is going to prompt a pretty reasonable conversation, and I don't know that how everyone feels about undertaking that now, or if we want to move that to the next meeting. What's on the agenda for the next meeting? Yeah, Colin.
I think my proposal would be that we move the first and second reads to the next meeting, but we do the C. We do 11C. I also have prepared some notes for that, which I'm going to present, which I don't think will
age well.
No. No, it'll age really well. No, but I think it won't mean that we won't have to talk about it at all. Those notes are not going to solve everything for us, but my hope is that those notes will clarify, I think, some of the confusion around that particular issue, and my hope is that that might be able to speed up our conversation around that. Not to say we shouldn't continue to have any conversation we have about it, but I really would like to do that one tonight.
So we can, do I take that as a motion to extend the board meeting for consideration of item 9 on the agenda, the administrative report, and item 11C past 10 p.m.?
I have motioned it.
Okay, and
Second.
Beth has seconded it. Any questions? Okay, and great. So all those in favor? Oh, we have a question.
This would be the meeting of the 12th, right?
March 12th, yes,
Okay.
is our next meeting. Yep. Okay, all those in favor? Great. And so we will do that. And we can, when we get into C, after we've heard Colin's comments, if we find that we still feel like it's going to be a very long discussion, we can always table it. But at least it gets it started. So we'll move to Kelly first for hers.
Good evening.
Is it morning yet? You could say good morning.
No, so the figures that you have in front of you tonight are reporting out through January 31st, 2025, for the current year budget that we're in. And right now we're about 58% collected. You can see that our interest is ahead of projection, and that was one of the things we did talk about in the revenue section of the proposed budget for 25-26. We made a small increase in that line based upon historical numbers being a little higher. And as far as our expenditures, we're about 92.1% encumbered and spent for the school year. We are about 5% higher than we were last year at this time when I look at the numbers. And I think that's largely because everybody's getting used to Kelly being at the helm now, right? And so I'm more of that active, be monitoring your budget kind of thing. And we did have a request, or I had a request at our last administrative team meeting asking the principals and directors to be thinking about this last quarter that's coming up for us all, and to get their ordering in and going for the supplies and materials that they'll need for that last quarter, so we can really kind of get a better handle of where the budget's going to land for the year. And, we can do a couple of things with that because we can, if some items might potentially be tabled by the board during this, that we were proposing for this budget cycle, do we have potentially maybe some funds that we can get those done with this year if they're high priority, or we can have a better sense of what's going into our undesignated fund balance. So when we have these discussions about the concern about how much might be in undesignated fund balance for future uses, we might have a better target for that. So I know it's probably going to be beyond board deliberation on budget, but please know that we're trying, we're trying to get a better handle on where we're going to end at the end of the year, in the event that we have to make some considerations about what we might be able to get done this year. So.
Okay. Questions for Kelly? Thank you.
Thanks for letting me do my part tonight and not have to come back for it.
Okay, so I am going to get the motion on the floor, and then I'm going to turn it over to Colin. Yes? Great. Do I have a motion for consideration and approval to revert back to the prior versions of the following policies? 1, AC, non-discrimination, equal opportunity, and affirmative action, 2022. ACAA, harassment and sexual harassment of students, 2020. ACAAR, student discrimination, harassment, and Title IX sexual harassment complaint procedures, 2020. ACAB, harassment and sexual harassment of school employees, 2020. ACABR, employee discrimination, harassment, and Title IX sexual harassment complaint procedures, 2020. Colin and Beth, thank you.
Hi, all. And if I could just beg the board's indulgence, I have prepared some notes. I wrote them when I was less tired than I am now, so hopefully they reflect that mind. My intention here is to provide you with a little bit of context for why we are being asked to make these changes, what the changes do mean, what they do not mean, and how we may proceed after potentially making these changes. I also just want to say that these remarks are my own. They were not prepared by the committee. In the committee, when, as I will state, we were informed of our legal obligation, or the recommendation of our legal counsel to change these, and these are my notes in response to that. So in the autumn of 2024, the RSU 5 board approved new versions of a set of our policies to comply with new Title IX rules created by the Biden administration. This set of policies did not include ACAAA, transgender and gender expansive students. This policy was not amended and remains in place in the same form as when the board passed it in the autumn of 2023. On January 9, 2025, the Federal Court of the Eastern District of Kentucky vacated the Biden-era rules, meaning our new policies were technically no longer in compliance. They reflected rules that were no longer law. In our last policy committee meeting, our board members were informed that we needed to revert to the policies that we had in place until autumn 2024, policies that reflected the law under the 2020 Title IX rules. To clarify, our bringing these policies before you tonight was not precipitated by any of the recent events at the federal and state level regarding President Trump's executive orders. It is a coincidence of timing that we are taking this action at a time when many people are concerned about the questions raised by this executive order. The reversion of these policies has no relation to the executive order. Our work today is to approve the reversion of these policies in order to comply with the law. In short, we cannot have policies that state that Title IX covers certain things it no longer does. If we used the 2024 rules, we would be liable for violating federal law. Again, this would be true whether or not President Trump had issued his executive order. So what does this mean in terms of protecting our students from discrimination? Under our reverted policies, students and staff are still offered a great many protections. As stated in the October 2020 version of AC, Non-Discrimination, Equal Opportunity, and Affirmative Action, quote, discrimination against or harassment of students because of race, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, ancestry or national origin, or disability is not allowed. And these policies are still supported in part by federal Title IX law. Title IX is a federal law that protects students and employees from sex discrimination in education. It was passed in 1972 to ensure equal treatment for all students and employees in schools that receive federal funding. Title IX still provides a wide range of protections for students and establishes processes for investigating cases of sexual harassment and sexual assault. However, the 2020 Title IX rules, created during the first Trump administration, are less stringent in certain areas and arguably provide fewer protections for students and staff, particularly women and girls. There is a range of potential impacts to this, but let me list a few. Under the 2020 Title IX rules, schools will no longer be required to provide modifications for students who are pregnant. Contracted narrow definitions of sex discrimination, including for sexual orientation and gender identity. Narrowed definition of sexual harassment. Certain actions that are deemed to create a hostile work environment are no longer forbidden under Title IX. Narrowed scope of potential wrongdoing. Reinstatement of requirements that sexual harassment hearings are live and allow for cross-examination of the victim by the accused. Decreased privacy rights for all participants, victim and the accused. Decreased responsibility to monitor programs and activities for sexual harassment. Abolished requirement for, quote, prompt timeframes, end quote, for resolution. Decreased requirements to provide informal and formal supportive measures. To be clear, these protections apply to all genders, but it's important to note that the highest rates of sexual violence, assault, and harassment are committed against women, and these protections have been decreased. The 2020 Title IX rules make women and girls less safe. The Trump administration's reinstatement of the 2020 rules creates a situation where it is far more difficult for students to address experiences of sexual harassment and sexual assault. The primary population impacted by this is women and girls. Some data from the AMHC Sexual Assault Support Network funded by the Maine DHHS. Approximately 7.1% of Maine high school students, 10% of girls and 4.1% of boys report that they have been physically forced to have sexual intercourse. 14.8% of girls and 5% of boys report having been forced to have sexual contact in any way in their lifetime. 17.2% of Maine high school students, 23.4% of girls, and 11.1% of boys report having been the target of offensive sexual comments at school or on the way to or from school in their lifetime. A recent study found that 1 in 5 adult Maine residents reports that they have been the victim of rape or attempted rape during their lifetime. Almost 36% of female respondents and 10% of male respondents have experienced this devastating crime at some point in their lives. That means that there are about 14,000 Maine victims of sexual assault per year. Statistically, sexual violence, assault, and harassment primarily impacts women and girls and is perpetrated by cisgendered men. The 2020 Title IX rules make it harder for victims to seek justice. What is the impact of these rule changes on transgender students? Our RSU 5 policy addressing transgender and gender expansive students remains unchanged and untouched by the Title IX rule change and is not impacted by the reversion of these other 5 policies. As stated in ACAAA, passed October 25th, 2023, quote, "The Maine Human Rights Act prohibits discrimination, bullying, and harassment against students because they're transgender," end quote. Yes, transgender and gender expansive students have also lost certain protections by the reinstatement of the Trump administration's 2020 Title IX rules. Under the Biden administration's Title IX rules, the following protections applied to transgender and gender expansive students. While these are no longer covered by Title IX and will not be enforced from a federal level, students in RSU 5 and Maine continue to be granted these same protections under the Maine Human Rights Act. Trans students may not be barred from any covered educational programs on account of their gender. Trans students may not be denied access to restrooms, locker rooms, and showers consistent with their gender. This means dress codes may not be applied against trans students in a discriminatory manner. Trans students may not be subjected to invasive examinations to prove their gender. To be clear, while these protections have been lost at the federal level, RSU 5 is still obligated to provide these same protections under the Maine Human Rights Act. These obligations and these rights of trans and gender expansive students are outlined in ACAAA. Let me be crystal clear. The reversion to the 2020 rules does not change our obligation to transgender students under Maine's Human Rights Act. The legal authority for the protection of trans students in that policy, which governs our actions as an RSU, flows from the state of Maine, not the federal government. Our responsibilities will be the same tomorrow as they are today, as they were when we passed ACAAA on that October night in 2023 in the Pownell Gymnasium. So to be clear, what is our work? We need to revert to the earlier policies that were in place until autumn 2024, so that we are not listing Title IX rules that are not current. Simply, we can't say that Title IX offers protections that it doesn't. Does this have an effect on our students? Yes. And arguably the reinstatement of the 2020 rules by the Trump administration will have the greatest impact on women and girls. Are the federally recognized rights of transgender people decreased by the Title IX rules? Yes. However, RSU 5's responsibility to provide protections to trans students has not changed. Our policy ACAAA remains unchanged. So we suggest the reversion to our old policies. There is an amendment to that, which I'll explain in a moment. However, I recommend that RSU 5's board requests that our legal counsel provide us with feedback on possible ways that might in the future make changes to these policies in ways that protect the rights of students in ways that Title IX no longer does. This is not a question that the policy committee is equipped to do on its own. We do not have the legal expertise to do that work, but we believe that it should be done. Then it's a bunch of blank page, after which I didn't write any more words down. Let's maybe talk about that.
Okay, I will start with a huge thank you for that. I think there was a lot of confusion about why we were doing this and what it means. So I still can't claim to be an expert, but I feel like I know more than before you started. So thank you for that. I appreciate the part at the end about, the parts that we lost by reverting. It doesn't mean we can't have our own policy, right? I mean, we can have policies that are tighter than laws. We do it all the time. Where we feel it's appropriate. So I appreciate the thought around going back so we are in compliance with the law. But then is there another way to provide those protections and assurances that we feel are still appropriate, even if they're not covered by Title IX? I won't say my only question because I can't guarantee that, but my question is, Title IX changes every 4 years, it seems. Yeah. Why this time? Because usually, my recollection of how this has happened in the past is there's a change in administration, Title IX changes, it takes 3 years to figure it out, and then we make the change, and then somebody else comes in, and we do this all again. My question is why the immediate reversion? Like, what is different about this change where we have to do it on the spot, where I don't feel like we've historically had to do that?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think I can answer it. It's because the Federal Court of the Eastern District of Kentucky vacated the Biden-era rules.
So they didn't just change it. They just said those rules never happened.
Those rules were deemed unconstitutional.
Okay.
So it's not that, so it's not that the Trump administration has not presented new Title IX rules. It's simply that just the Biden-era rules do not exist anymore. They just don't exist. They are good words on lots of pieces of paper and on the internet, but they do not exist as any law.
As a law. Okay. More.
Thank you very much, Colin. I know you're not a lawyer, but is there still an appeal going on in that case?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. An appeal, because I guess that's my concern, I sought out other legal perspectives on this, other than Drummond and Woodsum's, and I don't know if that's something the board would like to do, but I think that there are differing perspectives on this, and I think there are some perspectives out there that this is going to continue to evolve, and so sitting tight is an option as well, that I would like, I guess, to see us take. I certainly don't want to put anything in jeopardy, but I think that this is also a matter of principle. So to make the changes in the event that, this is still not settled, doesn't sit well with me, I guess.
How does it work if there is an appeal, right? So is the vacation, on hold until the appeal is complete, or is it the rules are vacated and if the appeal is successful, they come back into place?
I don't know, but I'm assuming if the Trump administration went through another rulemaking process, they could just change the Title IX rules anyway.
Right,
to whatever they want.
So even if the appeal is successful, they could then go and do what we've done every other time there was a new administration and change the rules, and then we do it again.
Right, but I think that they would have to go through like a process for that to happen, where they put out the rules and then there's a public comment. But anyway, I guess additional legal advice would be helpful, at least for me.
I guess I would just be concerned that we're out of compliance with the law and that we would be vulnerable if we're not in compliance with the current law, that we would be vulnerable to that. So even if there is an appeal and things change, then we come back and change things again, I guess, because I am a fan of complying with the law. So, that's my 2 cents.
I think just quickly on that, I think, my perspective on it is that tomorrow our Title IX coordinator has to enforce Title IX. Like, that's her job. And if tomorrow, if we do not revert these policies tonight, tomorrow she would be required to use the protocol that is established in our policy, which is not in accordance with law. So I think my perspective is I just don't see a way in which that is a good route to go down. So, for example, if a sexual harassment case arrives on Cynthia's desk tomorrow and she initiates an investigation, if she uses the 2024 rules, we are liable, and that doesn't seem like a good idea to me. I think the question around the appeal, I don't know. Like, I don't know in terms of process. I think I think I think articulated, it's not that there are losses. Like there are losses there are losses in having the 2024 law vacated, but we are not in control of that. And I think I would prefer to be operating, particularly as a policy committee, and I guess I will speak as the chair of the policy committee, not for the policy committee, but that I would prefer to be operating from a position where I knew we were working from policies that were legal, and that then as we tried to rebuild the protections, we knew that we had that baseline, and that we could then work strategically toward that. That would just seem like a much more comfortable position, and a more defensible position.
I guess I would prefer for us to have those additional potential expanded protections that you mentioned, Colin, us considering in place in advance of voting to change this, understanding all the legal repercussions. Just given my uncertainty about whether this is in flux and the whole uncertainty around it, it just gives me pause to vote for it, again, fully understanding the legal implications.
I guess my concern is I don't feel like I fully understand what the legal ramifications are. Like, what are we opening ourselves up to? My initial thought is the recommendation from the policy chair puts us in compliance. I feel like we make ourselves a target if we maintain policies that are knowingly and clearly out of alignment with the law. I have much more faith that if we make this change, we are in compliance with the law, and I have faith in this board and the policy committee that they will bring back, the best way to get those protections back in place to the best of our abilities to protect our students and our staff, as we think is appropriate. I feel like I would be uncomfortable to put us in a position where I knew we were out of compliance with the law, basically asking someone to test it, which I don't think we want to do.
Question there, Michelle, is when I said understanding the legal implications is I'm assuming that if we're in violation, they could open an investigation into the school and it could potentially lead to loss of funding, but I guess I don't know. And I believe I've read that that has never occurred in the history of Title IX, where a school was investigated and lost funding, but that certainly, we're in a new kind of era. It certainly doesn't mean it couldn't happen.
Quickly on that, yes, I think that's a very big question. I think the way I'm thinking about it in terms of our liability doesn't have to do with federal funding. It simply has to do with if Cynthia, if a student comes to Cynthia tomorrow and says, I've been sexually harassed, and names an accuser, the accuser's family would in all likelihood immediately sue us. And that doesn't have anything to do with federal funding. It just has to do with that we followed rules that do not exist. And so therefore, we are not following the law, and therefore it seems like that is a pretty cut and dry case just for that accuser's family. So again, I haven't been even thinking about the question of federal funding in terms of this. Not to say it's not related, but it hasn't been part of the calculus as I've been thinking about it.
I guess my question is, what what exactly is in violation of the law? Would it be that the policy hasn't been updated yet, or is it how our Title IX coordinator handled it? And does the Title IX coordinator have to follow the policy, or does the Title IX coordinator have to follow the law? So even if the policy is not updated, you would still be following the law. And I'm curious, Cynthia, if you can say more, like, never mind. Nope. I'm not gonna ask that question. But that I think is something to think about or to consider. And I guess my question comes back to what part is would we be in violation by having a policy that's not updated yet, or is
by following our policy?
Would it be that we would be following the policy?
And I'll say this is a really difficult discussion and a decision for the board. What's difficult for administrators is that we're required by you all to follow your policies, yet you have a policy that is now in violation of the law. So that would put our Title IX coordinator in a really, really tricky position, because we're obligated to follow your policies, yet your policy is in violation. And that's what, makes it difficult. And I think Colin did a nice example. It's not even necessarily the federal funding, but it's the lawsuits if we're not carrying this out by the law.
Well, I had shared this with you earlier, but I feel the same way that Beth does. I think we have to follow the law, and otherwise I just think that puts everybody at risk, and I don't think that that's worth it. Could it change again? Yes, and then we bring it back, but I think we have to follow the law. It's the best thing to do that we could do, in my opinion.
I just have one follow-up question. For the ACAAA, that's for the transgender, that is still considered to follow the law because it's drawing from the main human rights. Okay. So until that gets challenged, that's fine. I got it. Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and just to be very clear, Title IX is not referenced in that policy at all.
Do you have a question, Beth?
No,
Oh.
just answered the question that was brewing
Oh.
in my brain.
He just sensed it.
I even did one of those searches where like you go to the menu on the internet browser and you like say find, and I searched for all sorts of different ways in which I could have written Title IX, and it's not there.
Good.
Okay. Other comments or questions?
I just
You have
want
your
to.
own
I just want to
question?
say
Okay.
this sucks.
Yeah.
I just want to be very clear, and as I tried to outline in my remarks, the students and staff have fewer protections now than they did before, particularly the population of women and girls who are most likely to experience sexual harassment and sexual violence. But that is not something we control. And so I do not like sitting next to Phoebe and saying that is so as a student here, but that is so. But also, as I said to all of you, and again, I'm saying partially to Phoebe, but also all the other students, is that yes, we would like to continue to work to find ways to bring back those protections in a way that is that meets the needs of the students and respects the students and staff, while also complying with law.
Phoebe.
So you said we could have another policy that puts those protections back.
I mean, this is where it goes beyond the expertise of the policy committee or anybody on the board. But we are allowed. The board is allowed to have policies in place that make stricter rules than what is required of us by either federal or state government. I currently am not capable of going through these documents and finding a way to pull out those protections in a way that I could have any sense of understanding how it would actually, what law it would follow, or whether it's under state law or whether it's other federal law. That's beyond our capacity. But I know that we can do that technically, but it would just be a matter of looking into it and asking for legal counsel on what are the mechanisms available to us to do that.
So it would take like quite a bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to that. I mean, I think initially, when I was thinking about this, I was trying to figure out a way. Is there some way that, in good conscience, the policy committee could come to you and say, we have a way of revising these 5 policies so that they meet Title IX while also maintaining all the protections. But we cannot. We are not capable of doing that currently. And we just need counsel on doing it. So in terms, I mean, I would like to have it happen immediately, but I would not control that particular process.
So similar to the policy for pregnant students, we changed
that's a
shall to may.
That's a good
and
example.
We're now in compliance.
Right, exactly. So like for that, so for example, under 2020 Title IX policy, schools are not required to offer those protections to pregnant students. They may do so, but they're not required to do so. And so that's why making that one word change was weirdly easy to keep us in compliance, but it's not easy. It's not in any way like that with the other policies.
Have we been given a deadline for compliance?
Not that I'm aware of.
We're already out of compliance.
Yeah, I mean, we were out of compliance as of January, whatever it was, January 9th. But everybody was out of compliance, so, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
I guess I'm just wondering if there's, like a grace period, because I agree with you, Michelle. I trust the policy committee to go forward and make policies that would help or bring something back to us, consult with legal counsel, but would, again, like to have those in place before I vote to roll back any protections. But I guess, so if we were out of compliance as of January 9th, does that mean that a family could sue us that had a case from January 9th till now? Does it mean if we take another month and develop those policies and then vote, is that putting us at greater risk? I guess I'm just wondering about that.
Yeah, I can't answer all of that, but I think that, and Cynthia, just catch me on this, but my sense would be if we tried to do that, if we tried to not revert and quickly try to get our legal counsel or other aid in revising these, it would be a quite complicated, just even motion, because we'd basically be saying we're reverting except for these other things. Otherwise, we would be going through our normal process of first and second read, which would take at least a month and a half or 2 months to do. Once they were done, exactly, once they were done. So I think just, again, Cynthia, I'm not sure how I see that you are awake, but I'm barely awake. But yeah, I think just in terms of that process, I don't think that could happen anytime soon. So we would just be indefinitely postponing the moment where we would be reverting, and we'd be extending that period of time where Cynthia is caught in a position where she is out of compliance with our policies, but is trying to maintain compliance with law.
Can I just ask a clarification question? Then I'm noticing the way that the motion is written. When we revert, we don't need to have a first and second read. We just go back to the last policy. All right, thanks.
Would you like me to tell you what the little thing is that we would be changing as part of the reversion, just because there's one thing. Basically, between 2020 and 2024, the Maine legislature enacted LD 598, which is an act to prohibit discrimination in employment in school based on hair texture and hairstyle. I guess maybe it would be an amended motion. Is it an amended motion? Amended motion would be that we revert with, and I would read the two places where we would insert that language to make sure that we're then in compliance with the Maine state law as well. That's not to shut down conversation. That's just to say that's the information that I didn't tell you before.
Oh, yes.
Cynthia, how much of this do I read? And when do I read it? No. It's just a okay, tell you what, I'm just going to read it. I'm just going to tell you everything. Say again? I would read it exactly as. Okay, great. Number 1. Here's the sentence we need to be sure to add back into the reverted policies, ACAA and ACAB. Quote, race, end of the first quote, includes traits associated with race, including hair texture, hairstyles, and protective hairstyles, including braids, twists, and locks. The sentence will live between the first 2 paragraphs on page 1. I believe that's true. Yeah, I had it. Yes, right there. Yes. And then we would be doing similarly, we would be adding the following phrasing into the procedures associated with each of those. So into ACAAR and ACABR, we would be adding the phrase. We add the phrase so that the word race appears. In the definitions, section 1. Okay, definitions. Let's all turn our hymnals to.
Yep. Section 1, where it says discrimination or harassment. The second line down where it lists which for students includes. Okay, so we're on page 1 of ACAA.
Yeah, sorry, I did write that down because I came over and talked to you about it, and you were very nice and told me where to put it. Okay, so yeah, on page 1 of 15 of ACAA-R, under definitions, section 1, under A, discrimination, harassment, complaint, procedure definitions, in the second line of number 1, you will find the word race. It says which for students includes race, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, etc. We need to insert after race, but before the comma, the parenthetical, including traits associated with race involving hair texture, afro hairstyles, and protective hairstyles such as braids, twists, and locks, end parenthetical, and then there would be the comma. And that would happen also in ACAB-R. Is that correct, Cynthia? Wicked.
Okay, thank you for that. And they both amended their motions for that, so good. Any other questions, concerns before we take a vote?
Phoebe has a thing.
Yes.
I guess I'm just wondering, like, until we're able to, hopefully get some of these protections back in place, like, do we just, like, sit and wait? Or, like, is there anything we can do until then, like, as a board or as, like the administrators or something, like, anything?
Yes, Mara.
I was just going to say, following the vote, understanding, like, I think I know the way it's going to go, like, could the board send out a communication to the community, like, reaffirming our commitment to protecting students and saying that, I don't know if we can say that we intend to pursue whatever we're going to intend to pursue, but like something like that in acknowledgement of the comment that we heard tonight, and et cetera.
I mean, a few of these things, just to answer your question, Phoebe, I mean, a few of these things are, like, the first one that I listed was that schools are no longer required to provide modifications for students who are pregnant. We're not required to do so, but we do that already. We have that policy in place. We cannot do anything about the narrow definition of sexual harassment in terms of how it's defined under Title IX. Could we eventually create a situation where we have a definition of sexual harassment that is broader than that and is covered through some other legal framework? I believe so. I would like to understand that better. I think we would have to comply with the reinstatement of requirements that sexual harassment hearings are live. Like, we wouldn't have an option on that. The question around privacy rights, I think that's an interesting one. I think I think that might be something where I might even just ask Jean and Cynthia to think about that, of just saying, like, right now, are there privacy rights that we can offer that go beyond what is required by Title IX? The Title IX, the 2020 rules means that we have a decreased responsibility to monitor programs and activities for sexual harassment. But I think we could probably just very clearly say to Jean and Cynthia, we would like you to continue to monitor programs and activities for sexual harassment. The abolished requirement for prompt timeframes, but I think, again, I could imagine that would still be a goal, right? Because, it's not a requirement to do that, but I guess maybe the biggest one is the decreased requirements to provide informal and formal supportive measures. I mean, I guess I don't think that tomorrow we would be changing anything in terms of the actual support that we would be providing to victims. We would be providing what we would be providing, and we just would not be required to necessarily do all of those things, but those are just our practices anyway. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but.
I mean, to me, I kind of equate it to sort of the ACAAA, right? We memorialized it and we put it down on paper, but we were providing those supports to our students already, and this just made it very clear that this is what we were doing and how we were supporting them. And I think I envision a lot of those same things the same way. We're not going to say, oh, we don't have to anymore. We're not going to provide those supports. We're not going to maintain privacy. We're not going to monitor our programs. They may not be the law, but they're probably still best practices. So, we would continue to do those things.
Yeah, that's super helpful. Thank you.
Okay, everyone ready for a vote? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. And to Mara's point about a way that we could communicate our continued support for, all the parts that were in that Title IX, I'm definitely open to a way we can. Who's our strategic communications people? Can we task them with something like that? Danielle's just pointing at people. Oh, it's Kara. So do we think that's something that might be an appropriate thing for them to take up?
Yeah, I think what we could do is probably draft something and then bring it to the board, and the board could take formal action on that. And if that makes sense.
And maybe
we'll
it,
plan
maybe it comes in a form of a co-signed letter between you and I as the administration and the board. Absolutely. So thank you for all your work on that, Colin. Any chance you could email those comments to me? Thank you. Or the board, I guess.
Could you email them?
Yeah, just send them to the board.
I will email them to all the email addresses.
Individually?
No,
Try not to spell everybody's name.
Billions of email addresses.
2.3 million email addresses? No, sorry. Is that it? I think that's it, right? Did we have anything else we had to? Oh, we're back to public comment. Oh, yes, thanks. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, we didn't have new business or personnel, and we didn't vote to tackle those today anyway, so we'll move those other policy ones to our next board meeting. Do they move to the next board meeting, or do they move to the next policy meeting, which would be the second one in March? Do that one? Do the second one?
Or you can make a decision different. Yeah, we'll look where we have.
Okay, let's, find some space, yep.
And we'll get it on there.
Okay, great. Then I would, with thanks, take a motion to adjourn. Cheyenne and Beth, all those in favor? Great, thank you.